Hey, welcome back. I was looking through your comments again, and honestly, some of the little things you share with me really make my day. Someone from Utah checking in, someone saying they're taking an episode along for their night shift, and others simply stopping by to say, "Good work, dude." I really appreciate that. This channel is slowly becoming a place where I'm starting to recognize familiar names and little pieces of your lives. And that's something I genuinely want to keep building. So, wherever you're listening tonight, whether you're getting ready for bed, working a night shift, or just looking for something to have playing in the background, I'm glad you're here. And if you haven't subscribed yet, I'd love to have you stay with us. We're building this one episode at a time. All right, this is episode 168. Let's begin. The woman who disappeared behind her own locked door. Marjorie Nugent was the kind of woman people noticed even when she wasn't trying to be noticed. She lived in the small Texas community of Carthage, where everybody seemed to know something about everybody else. Marjorie was wealthy, independent, and accustomed to getting her way. She had inherited considerable money from her husband after his death and lived comfortably in a large home filled with antiques, artwork, and valuable possessions. She was also intensely private, and as the years passed, her relationships with some members of her family became increasingly strained. One person who became especially important in her life was Bernie Tita, a local funeral director. Bernie was younger than Marjorie and worked in a profession that required him to spend a great deal of time around grieving families. People who knew him generally described him as gentle, polite, and unusually compassionate. He became friendly with Marjorie after helping with funeral arrangements following the death of her husband, and their relationship gradually developed into something much closer. Bernie began spending increasing amounts of time at Marjorie's home, helping her with everyday tasks and accompanying her to social events. To outsiders, the arrangement seemed unusual but harmless. Marjorie had money and Bernie provided companionship and assistance. Over time, however, the relationship became increasingly complicated. Marjorie could be demanding, and people close to the situation later described an atmosphere in which Bernie had very little freedom of his own. He continued managing many aspects of Marjorie's household and finances while remaining dependent upon her generosity. Then, in November 1996, Marjorie suddenly stopped appearing in public. At first, almost nobody panicked. She had become increasingly isolated, and it wasn't unusual for her to stay at home for long periods. Bernie told people that she had gone on an extended trip and preferred not to be disturbed, because Bernie had been closely involved in her daily life. His explanation initially seemed believable. Months passed, then more months. Marjorie's relatives began asking questions. They wanted to speak with her. They wanted to know where she was staying and when she would return. Bernie continued providing explanations. Marjorie was traveling. Marjorie was upset with the family. Marjorie wanted privacy. Each explanation temporarily pushed the questions away. But there was one problem. Nobody could actually speak to Marjorie. Her absence eventually became impossible to explain. Friends and relatives began wondering whether something had happened to her. Yet there was no obvious evidence of a crime. There was no abandoned vehicle. No known witness had seen her being attacked. No dramatic disappearance had been reported. Her life had simply stopped appearing in public, while Bernie continued telling people she was alive. The situation changed when investigators began examining Marjorie's financial affairs. They discovered that large amounts of money had moved after the time she was believed to have disappeared. Property and assets were being handled in ways that raised questions. Bernie had access to Marjorie's finances, and detectives began wondering whether the woman who supposedly wanted privacy was actually capable of managing her affairs at all. Investigators eventually searched Marjorie's home. What they found was far more disturbing than anyone had expected. Inside a freezer in the house were human remains. The remains belonged to Marjorie. She had not gone on a trip. She had been dead for months. Bernie Tita was arrested and charged with murder. The investigation then became an attempt to understand what had happened inside a relationship that, from the outside, had looked like a friendship between two very different people. Prosecutors argued that Bernie had killed Marjorie and concealed her body while continuing to behave as though she were alive. The financial evidence became an important part of the case because Bernie had continued accessing her money and managing her affairs after her death. The defense presented a very different picture. Bernie's attorneys argued that Marjorie had been abusive and controlling, and that years of emotional pressure had created a deeply dysfunctional relationship. They presented evidence about the psychological strain Bernie had experienced, and argued that his actions could not be understood simply as a crime motivated by greed. The jury ultimately rejected the defense's attempt to avoid a murder conviction. Bernie Tito was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. But the story did not end there. Years later, the case attracted renewed attention after filmmaker Richard Linklater became interested in the strange circumstances surrounding the murder. The resulting film brought national attention to a case that had previously been largely known only within Texas. As more information about the relationship became public, the story became considerably more complicated than the original headline suggested. The question was no longer simply why someone had killed a wealthy woman. Investigators, lawyers, journalists, and psychologists were forced to examine the long relationship between Marjorie and Bernie and the unusual circumstances surrounding the crime. Eventually, Bernie received a new trial after evidence concerning his psychological state and the circumstances of the original proceedings received renewed scrutiny. His legal situation changed over the years, but the central facts of the case remained undisputed. Marjorie had been killed inside her own home. Her death had been concealed for months, and the person closest to her had continued telling people that she was alive. The case remains memorable because there was no dramatic disappearance at the beginning. There was no abandoned car waiting beside a highway, no mysterious stranger seen running from the house, and no immediate crime scene announcing that something terrible had happened. There was simply a woman who stopped answering questions. For months, people accepted an explanation because it was easier than imagining the alternative. Marjorie had gone away. Marjorie wanted privacy. Marjorie didn't want visitors. Those explanations continued working until the financial records and the evidence inside the house made them impossible to maintain. And that is what makes the case so unsettling. A disappearance does not always begin with someone running into the night. Sometimes it happens quietly, behind a familiar front door, while the person responsible continues answering the telephone, speaking to neighbors, handling paperwork, and reassuring everyone that there is nothing to worry about. In Marjorie's case, those ordinary explanations lasted for months. Eventually, the truth was found inside the house where she had once lived. Next story. On a November evening in 1974, Stanford University was quiet beneath a cold California sky. The campus had the familiar atmosphere of a place winding down for the night. Students were studying, walking between buildings, and making their way back to dormitories. Inside Memorial Church, however, something terrible had happened that would remain unexplained for more than 4 decades. The victim was Arliss Perry, a 20-year-old newlywed who had moved to California with her husband, Bruce, after they married in North Dakota. Arliss was religious, thoughtful, and deeply involved in her faith. She and Bruce were living near Stanford while he continued his studies. On October 12th, Arliss left their residence after an argument with her husband. According to Bruce, she told him she was going for a walk and intended to spend some time alone. She had done something similar before, and there was nothing about her departure that immediately suggested danger. She walked towards Stanford Memorial Church. The church was a place where Arliss sometimes went to pray. It was quiet and open to students and members of the community, and she apparently expected to have some time by herself. She never returned home. When Bruce realized she had been gone for longer than expected, he became worried. He eventually began looking for her and contacted authorities. Not long afterward, a security guard entered the church. What he found inside immediately transformed a missing person investigation into a homicide investigation. Arliss was dead. She had been attacked inside the church, and investigators were confronted with a scene that was difficult to understand. There appeared to be no obvious reason for anyone to have targeted her. She was a young woman who had entered a religious building alone, apparently expecting nothing more than a quiet place to pray. The crime attracted enormous attention because the killer seemed to have disappeared without leaving an obvious explanation. Investigators carefully processed the church. They examined physical evidence, questioned students and staff, and attempted to determine who had been inside the building around the time of the murder. But the investigation stalled. There were theories. There were suspicions. There were people investigators wanted to examine more closely. What they did not have was enough evidence to make an arrest. Years passed. Arliss's husband eventually moved on with his life, but the murder remained an open wound for her family. The case became one of those cold investigations in which the victim's name remained in police files while the world around the case continued changing. The evidence, however, was preserved. That would eventually become extremely important. Decades later, advances in forensic science allowed investigators to return to evidence that had been collected in 1974. Techniques that did not exist when Arliss was murdered could now be used to examine material from the original investigation. Detectives also revisited the history of people who had been connected to Stanford around the time of the murder. One person gradually drew particular attention. His name was Stephen Crawford. Crawford had worked at Stanford at the time of Arliss's death. He had been interviewed during the original investigation, and investigators had known that he was connected to the campus. But there had never been enough evidence to charge him. Now investigators had something different. They compared modern forensic evidence with information connected to Crawford and developed a stronger picture of what might have happened inside the church that night. In 2018, more than 43 years after Arliss was killed, authorities announced that Crawford had been identified as the suspected murderer. By then, however, Crawford was already dead. He had taken his own life earlier that year during a confrontation with police. Investigators subsequently announced that forensic evidence connected Crawford to the crime scene and that they considered the case solved. There would be no courtroom, no confession given before a jury, no opportunity for prosecutors to present the complete case against him. Instead, the conclusion came through evidence that had survived for more than 4 decades. For Arliss's family, the announcement brought an extraordinary mixture of emotions. Nothing could restore the 20-year-old woman who had walked into the church that night. Nothing could return the years her family had spent wondering who had killed her. But after decades of uncertainty, there was finally an answer. The case was particularly striking because of how much time had passed. When Arliss was murdered, forensic DNA technology was still years away from becoming a major investigative tool. The detectives working the case could not imagine the capabilities that laboratories would eventually develop. They could only preserve what they had and hope that one day someone would be able to understand it. That day eventually came. The church itself remained part of Stanford's campus for decades, surrounded by generations of students who knew little about what had happened there. People studied nearby, attended classes, walked across the grounds, and lived ordinary lives without realizing that one of the campus's most haunting mysteries had begun inside those walls. For investigators, the case became an example of why old evidence matters. A murder can become cold. A suspect can disappear. Witnesses can forget details. Investigators can retire. But evidence can remain. In Arliss Perry's case, it remained for more than 40 years before modern forensic work helped investigators finally identify the person they believed was responsible. There is something especially sad about the circumstances of that final evening. Arliss had not left home expecting an adventure. She had not gone somewhere dangerous. She had simply gone for a walk and entered a church where she believed she could find a little peace. Instead, she became the victim of a crime that remained unexplained for most of her family's lifetime. For decades, her name was attached to a question: who killed Arliss Perry? In 2018, investigators finally gave her family an answer. The answer arrived 43 years after she walked into the church. Next story. The diner was already beginning to empty when Thomas Clements sat down in the corner booth. It was close to closing time, and only a handful of customers remained. Thomas had stopped there many times before, usually ordering coffee and something small to eat before heading home. He was 51 years old and worked as a mechanic in a town outside Knoxville, Tennessee. He had lived in the area for most of his life, and was known as the kind of person people called when a car refused to start or an old engine needed one more chance. That evening seemed completely ordinary. Thomas spoke briefly with the waitress, ordered a cup of coffee, and spent several minutes looking through paperwork he had brought from work. A customer at the counter later remembered that Thomas appeared distracted, but there was nothing alarming about him. He wasn't arguing with anyone. He wasn't drinking heavily. He wasn't behaving as though he were afraid. When he finished, he paid his bill and walked outside. That was the last confirmed sighting of him alive. Thomas did not arrive home that night. His wife initially assumed he had stopped somewhere else. When several hours passed without hearing from him, she began calling his phone. It went unanswered. The following morning, his truck was discovered parked beside a gravel road several miles outside town. The driver's door was locked. Thomas's wallet was inside. His tools were still in the truck. There was no obvious indication that anyone had forced their way inside. Detectives began reconstructing his final evening. The diner became one of the most important places in the investigation because several people had seen Thomas there. Employees remembered what he ordered and approximately when he left. Investigators collected surveillance footage from nearby businesses and examined traffic cameras along the roads he would normally have taken home. The footage showed Thomas leaving the diner alone. A second vehicle appeared behind him shortly afterward. It wasn't close enough to prove that the driver was following him, but the same vehicle appeared on another camera several miles away. Then it disappeared from view. Investigators eventually identified the vehicle as belonging to a man named Charles Mercer. Mercer was acquainted with Thomas through the local automotive community. He had previously brought vehicles to Thomas for repairs and occasionally purchased used parts from his shop. When detectives asked whether the two men had spoken recently, Mercer said they had not. Phone records contradicted that statement. The two men had exchanged several calls during the week before Thomas disappeared. On the evening of the disappearance, Mercer's phone traveled along the same route as Thomas's truck. Detectives did not immediately arrest him. Instead, they continued building the timeline. A gas station attendant remembered seeing Mercer's vehicle that night. Another witness remembered hearing two men arguing near a rural property, although the witness could not identify either person. Investigators searched the area and found tire tracks that appeared consistent with Thomas's truck. But Thomas was still missing. Weeks became months. Search teams examined wooded areas, abandoned structures, and stretches of farmland. Divers searched several bodies of water. Every lead was investigated, but none produced the answer Thomas's family needed. The case eventually went cold. Then, almost 2 years later, a property owner clearing an overgrown section of land discovered something unusual beneath a collapsed hunting blind. There were pieces of clothing. Investigators secured the area and began excavating. Human remains were recovered nearby. Dental records confirmed that they belonged to Thomas Clements. The discovery allowed detectives to reopen parts of the original investigation. Forensic specialists examined the remains and evidence from the burial site. Investigators also returned to old phone records, financial documents, and surveillance footage with information they had not possessed during the first months of the case. The evidence pointed increasingly toward Charles Mercer. A search of property connected to Mercer uncovered items that prosecutors later argued were associated with Thomas. Digital records placed Mercer's phone near the area around the time Thomas disappeared. Witnesses who had initially been uncertain about what they had seen were interviewed again. One witness eventually remembered something particularly important. On the night Thomas vanished, the witness had seen two vehicles parked near the rural property. One was Thomas's truck, the other belonged to Mercer. The prosecution argued that the two men had arranged to meet after Thomas left the diner. What began as a private meeting had ended in violence, followed by an attempt to conceal the body and remove evidence connecting Mercer to the crime. At trial, prosecutors presented the case as a carefully reconstructed timeline. There was no single eyewitness who could describe the entire crime. Instead, jurors heard about phone records, vehicle movements, forensic evidence, witness testimony, and physical evidence recovered after Thomas was found. The defense challenged the interpretation of the evidence and argued that several pieces were circumstantial. But the jury ultimately found Charles Mercer guilty of murder. He received a life sentence. For Thomas's family, the verdict could never undo the years they had spent waiting for an answer. They had watched the investigation fade from the news, watched searches end without results, and eventually learned to live with uncertainty. The discovery of his remains changed that. So did the evidence that followed. Years after the night Thomas sat alone in the corner booth, investigators could finally reconstruct the final journey he had taken. A cup of coffee, a quiet conversation, a drive into the darkness, a second vehicle following several miles behind. Nothing about the beginning of that evening suggested what was coming. That was perhaps the hardest part for the people who knew him. Thomas had walked into the diner expecting an ordinary night. He walked out believing he would soon be home. He never made it there. Next story. The house on Euclid Avenue looked ordinary from the street. It was one of those older homes where neighbors became accustomed to seeing the same lights turn on every evening and the same people coming and going. Nobody expected anything terrible to have happened inside. There had been no loud argument that anyone could remember, no obvious disturbance outside, and no dramatic disappearance that immediately brought police to the door. The woman who lived there was Rita Curran, a 24-year-old elementary school teacher in Burlington, Vermont. Rita had moved into the apartment not long before her death and was still settling into the rhythm of her new life. She taught children during the day and spent her evenings quietly at home. Friends described her as warm, independent, and deeply devoted to her work. On the night of July 20th, 1971, Rita returned home after spending part of the evening with friends. Nothing about her behavior suggested that she believed she was in danger. She went back to her apartment, and the people around her continued with their own routines. The following morning, something felt wrong. Rita did not appear for work. At first, that might have seemed like an ordinary absence. People get sick. People oversleep. Teachers occasionally call in unexpectedly. But Rita's coworkers knew she was extremely dependable, and when she failed to arrive without contacting anyone, concern quickly spread. Someone eventually went to check on her. Rita was found inside her apartment. She had been murdered. Investigators immediately began examining the scene. The apartment showed evidence of violence, and detectives knew they were dealing with a homicide rather than an accident or natural death. They collected fingerprints, clothing, biological material, and anything else that might identify the person responsible. But there was a problem. There was no obvious suspect. Rita had not been involved in a known dispute. Her personal life did not immediately reveal anyone with a clear motive. Detectives interviewed neighbors and friends, asking whether anyone had noticed strangers around the building or heard anything unusual during the night. Some people remembered very little. Others remembered nothing at all. The investigation nevertheless produced physical evidence that would become extraordinarily important decades later. Biological material recovered from the scene was preserved. At the time, forensic DNA technology was not developed enough to identify the person responsible. The evidence went into storage while investigators continued searching for answers through traditional detective work. Years passed, then decades. Rita's murder became one of those cold cases that investigators continued to carry even after the original detectives had retired. Her family never received the answer they wanted, and every new development in forensic science created another possibility that the case might eventually be solved. In the years after Rita's death, DNA technology changed dramatically. Evidence that had once been nearly useless could now potentially reveal a genetic profile. Investigators eventually returned to the biological evidence from Rita's apartment and were able to develop a DNA profile belonging to the person responsible for her death. But having a DNA profile and knowing whose DNA it was were two different things. Detectives needed a name. The investigation eventually turned toward genetic genealogy and modern investigative techniques. Rather than looking only for a direct match in a criminal database, investigators examined genetic information that could reveal connections to relatives of the unknown suspect. The search produced a family connection. Detectives began working backward through records, identifying people who could have been connected to the biological evidence found at Rita's apartment. one name eventually emerged. It belonged to a man named William DeRoos. DeRoos had lived in Burlington around the time Rita was killed. Investigators discovered that he had been connected to the building and had worked nearby. The circumstances surrounding his presence in the area were examined alongside the DNA evidence and the original investigation. By then, DeRoos had been dead for many years. That meant there could be no courtroom confession and no opportunity for investigators to question him directly. Instead, detectives reconstructed his connection to the case through historical records, witness information, and forensic evidence. The DNA evidence became the central link. For Rita's family, the development was both devastating and relieving. They had spent more than half a century living with uncertainty. For decades, they had known that someone had entered Rita's world and taken her life, but they had not known who. Now there was finally a name. The case demonstrated something that investigators had learned repeatedly through the evolution of forensic science. Evidence does not necessarily become less valuable simply because it becomes old. Sometimes it waits. For Rita, the evidence waited more than 50 years. Her death had happened before modern DNA databases, before genetic genealogy had become an investigative tool, and before forensic laboratories could extract information from biological material with the precision available today. Yet the evidence survived. So did the case, and eventually, investigators were able to connect the past with the present. There was no dramatic confession at the end, no suspect suddenly walking into a police station, no courtroom moment in which a defendant explained what had happened. Instead, there was a laboratory result, followed by years of patient investigation and a name that finally emerged from evidence collected when Rita was still a young woman. Her family had waded through decades of unanswered questions. The world around them changed completely during that time. Buildings changed. Technology changed. Investigators changed. People who had known Rita personally grew older. But the question remained the same. Who killed Rita Curran? More than half a century later, investigators finally had an answer. Next story. The house was quiet when the police arrived, and that quietness would become one of the strangest parts of the investigation. It was a Sunday morning in 1997 in the small town of Hope, Arkansas. 23-year-old Nona Dirksmeyer had been studying at the University of Arkansas Community College and was living with her grandmother, who was away from home at the time. Nona was young, sociable, and well known around town. She had recently been preparing for the next stage of her life and was described by people who knew her as someone who enjoyed being around friends and family. On the evening of November 15th, Nona went out with friends. Nothing about the night suggested that she was in danger. She eventually returned home, and sometime afterward, something happened inside the house that left investigators facing a brutal homicide. The following morning, Nona was found dead. Police immediately began reconstructing her final hours. There was no obvious explanation for why anyone would have targeted her. She wasn't known to be involved in criminal activity, and investigators initially struggled to identify anyone who had a clear reason to hurt her. The case nevertheless attracted attention throughout the small community because the circumstances were so difficult to understand. Detectives questioned Nona's friends, neighbors, acquaintances, and anyone who had been with her during the previous evening. They worked to establish when she had returned home and who might have known that she would be there alone. One person naturally came under scrutiny. Nona's boyfriend, Kevin Jones, was questioned by investigators. The relationship had reportedly experienced difficulties, and detectives needed to determine whether those problems had anything to do with the killing. Jones denied involvement and maintained that he had not committed the crime. The investigation continued without an immediate arrest. As detectives examined the physical evidence, they found biological material that could potentially become extremely important. But in the late 1990s, DNA testing was nowhere near as advanced as it would become in the following decades. The evidence could be collected, it could be preserved, but it could not immediately provide the answer investigators needed. The case gradually became a cold case. Years passed, and the people who had known Nona grew older. Investigators changed. Technology changed. The town changed. But Nona's murder remained unresolved. Eventually, investigators returned to the evidence using improved forensic techniques. They were able to obtain information from biological material that had been collected during the original investigation. The results gave detectives a new direction. The investigation increasingly focused on a man named Gary Dunn. Dunn had known Nona and had been connected to her social circle. Detectives began comparing his history with the evidence preserved from the original crime scene. The case became particularly complicated because much of the evidence was circumstantial. There was no simple recording showing what happened inside the house. There was no eyewitness who could provide a complete account of the killing. Instead, investigators had to establish a chain of evidence connecting a suspect to Nona and to the circumstances surrounding her death. As the case developed, detectives also examined statements made during the original investigation and compared them with information uncovered years later. Eventually, Gary Dunn was arrested and charged with Nona's murder. The prosecution's case depended heavily on the forensic evidence and the reconstruction of events. Prosecutors argued that Dunn had been inside Nona's home and was responsible for her death. The defense disputed the state's interpretation of the evidence. The trial forced jurors to look back at events that had occurred years earlier and determine whether the evidence was strong enough to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. After hearing the testimony and reviewing the forensic evidence, the jury reached its decision. Dunn was found guilty of Nona's murder and received a lengthy prison sentence. For the people who had waited years for the case to move forward, the conviction brought an answer that had seemed increasingly unlikely as time passed. But the story of Nona's murder remained painful because of how ordinary her final evening had been. She had gone out with friends. She had returned home. She had expected to wake up the following morning and continue with her life. Instead, her family was left with questions that would remain unanswered for years. The investigation also demonstrated how dramatically forensic science can change the course of a cold case. Evidence that had been collected when Nona was 23 could still be examined long after the original detectives had finished their work. The technology changed, but the evidence remained. For her family, that meant the passage of time did not completely erase the possibility of justice. The house where Nona was killed eventually became part of the ordinary landscape of the town. People continued driving past it. New residents came and went. The world continued moving forward. But for those who remembered Nona, the date of her death never became just another date. It marked the moment when a young woman with an entire life ahead of her was suddenly gone, leaving behind a mystery that took years of persistence and advances in forensic science to finally unravel. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing bank courier during a routine cash transfer. A disappearance that at first seemed like a delay in transit, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the early months of 2011, the city of Charlotte, North Carolina moved through its usual weekday rhythm as financial institutions relied on armored couriers to move cash between branches and processing centers. Among those responsible for that work was 38-year-old courier Mark Ellison. Mark had been in the job for nearly 9 years and was known by supervisors as disciplined, precise, and highly reliable. His route rarely changed. Each morning, he collected sealed cash deposits from several bank branches and transported them to his central processing facility. Because of the sensitive nature of the job, his movements were tracked through logs, timed check-ins, and GPS data. On the morning of March 22nd, Mark began his route as usual. He completed his first 2 scheduled pickups without issue and checked in with dispatch at 10:15 a.m., confirming he was heading toward his next stop, a branch located near a commercial district. Surveillance cameras at that branch captured him arriving at approximately 10:42 a.m., entering the building, and exiting a few minutes later carrying a secure deposit bag. That would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Mark failed to arrive at the next scheduled location, dispatchers initially assumed there had been a delay in traffic or a minor routing issue. But when his GPS signal stopped updating and repeated calls went unanswered, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted within hours. Detectives began by reviewing the GPS data from Mark's vehicle. The signal showed that after leaving the bank branch, the vehicle diverted from its usual route and stopped in a quiet industrial area several miles away. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. Later that evening, Mark's armored vehicle was discovered parked behind a closed storage facility in that same area. The exterior showed no obvious signs of forced entry. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. The secured deposit bags were still in place. Mark's personal belongings, including his phone, were inside the vehicle. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the driver's seat and along the side door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Mark. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining individuals who had knowledge of Mark's route and schedule. One name quickly surfaced. A former employee of the same courier company, named Eric Dalton, had been dismissed several months earlier. Records showed he had worked similar routes and would have been familiar with timing, security procedures, and typical stop locations. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had previously worked with the company, but denied any involvement. He claimed he had no knowledge of Mark's route that day and had spent the morning at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Dalton's phone near the bank branch shortly before Mark arrived, and later near the industrial area where the vehicle was found. When confronted with that information, Dalton said he had been in the area for unrelated reasons. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A nearby business provided surveillance footage that became critical. The video showed a second vehicle following Mark's armored truck shortly after it left the bank. The same vehicle was later seen entering the industrial area minutes before the GPS signal stopped. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The vehicle was registered to Eric Dalton. With that information, detectives obtained a search warrant for his car. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior of Mark's armored truck. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the trunk that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Mark Ellison. Dalton was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Dalton admitted that he had followed Mark that morning after observing the route. According to his statement, he intercepted the vehicle in the industrial area under the pretense of needing assistance. Investigators believe he had chosen the location because it was isolated and offered minimal visibility. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Mark attempted to resist, which explained the blood traces found inside the vehicle. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Dalton attempted to conceal the crime by moving Mark away from the area while leaving the vehicle behind to avoid drawing immediate attention. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 50 miles outside Charlotte, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath soil and debris. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Mark Ellison. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Dalton's vehicle following the armored truck. GPS data placed both vehicles at the same location. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his car directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the planning involved in following the route and choosing an isolated location. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Eric Dalton was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Mark Ellison's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Colleagues remembered him as someone who had carried out a high-responsibility job with precision and trust. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A GPS signal that stopped in the wrong place, a vehicle seen following from a distance, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story that unfolded in the mountains of Colorado, a case that began with a missing wife, a quiet husband giving television interviews on his front porch, and a community that initially believed it was witnessing a tragic disappearance. Instead, it became one of the most closely followed and thoroughly documented family murder cases in recent American history. This is the story of Chris Watts. In the summer of 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Shannon Watts and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. The neighborhood was new, filled with recently built homes, trimmed lawns, and families raising young children. Chris worked in the oil and gas industry. Shannon was active on social media, frequently posting videos about family life, parenting, and her business selling health and wellness products. To outsiders, their life appeared structured and happy. Photos showed vacations, birthday parties, and affectionate moments between parents and children. But beneath that curated online image, their marriage was under strain. Financial pressure had built up over the years. They had previously filed for bankruptcy. Credit card debt mounted again. The mortgage on their large home weighed heavily. Shannon traveled often for work-related events. During one of those trips in the summer of 2018, Chris began an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The affair marked a turning point. Chris later told investigators that he felt a sense of freedom during those weeks. He imagined starting over. He searched online for information about separation and financial consequences of divorce. He calculated child support payments. He researched romantic getaways with his girlfriend. At the same time, Shannon, who was 15 weeks pregnant with their son, believed they were working through difficulties in their marriage. She texted friends expressing concern that Chris seemed distant, but she also spoke about rebuilding their relationship. On August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip to Arizona in the early morning hours. A neighbor's security camera captured her being dropped off around 2 a.m. That was the last time she was seen alive. Later that morning, Chris left for work at an oil site operated by his employer, Anadarko Petroleum. He loaded items into his truck before sunrise. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed him backing his truck into the driveway, an unusual action since he typically parked on the street. By midday, Shannon had not responded to calls or messages. Her friend Nicole Atkinson became concerned. Shannon had a doctor's appointment that morning which she missed. This was highly unusual. Nicole drove to the Watts home and knocked repeatedly. There was no answer. Police were called for a welfare check. When officers arrived, Chris returned home from work. He appeared calm, but slightly tense. He told officers that Shannon had taken the girls to a friend's house after an emotional conversation about separating. However, Shannon's phone, purse, medications, and car were still inside the house. For someone planning to leave voluntarily, these details did not make sense. Police conducted a preliminary search. There were no immediate signs of forced entry or struggle, but something felt wrong. Later that day, Chris agreed to speak to local news reporters. Standing in front of his house, he asked for his family to come home. His demeanor struck many viewers as detached. He swayed slightly, avoided direct emotional language, and referred to his daughters in the past tense at one point. While not definitive evidence of guilt, his body language raised suspicion among both viewers and investigators. The following day, investigators requested that Chris take a polygraph test. He agreed. During the examination, he failed. Confronted with the results, Chris initially claimed that Shannon had killed the girls in a fit of rage after he told her he wanted a separation. He said he then strangled Shannon in response. Investigators pressed further. Over time, his story shifted. Eventually, he confessed to killing his pregnant wife and both daughters. According to his confession and subsequent court documents, Chris strangled Shanann in their bedroom in the early hours of August 13th. He then placed her body in his truck. His daughters, still alive at that point, were transported with him to a remote oil site owned by his employer. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and placed their bodies inside separate oil storage tanks. Shanann's body was buried in a shallow grave nearby. The level of planning became clearer as investigators examined digital evidence. Chris had texted coworkers the night before to ensure he would be alone at that specific oil site the following morning. He had researched song lyrics about loss and starting over. He had communicated extensively with his girlfriend about a future together, including discussions about selling his house and starting a new life. Once his confession was secured, authorities recovered the bodies from the oil site. The case moved quickly through the legal system. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder and unlawful termination of pregnancy. By pleading guilty, he avoided the death penalty. He was sentenced to 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. The case left a deep impact on the public. Much of it unfolded in real time through social media, police body camera footage, interrogation videos, and court proceedings that were widely shared online. People analyzed his interviews frame by frame. The contrast between the family's online image and the reality of the crime disturbed many. For Shanann's family, the loss was immeasurable. They lost a daughter, 2 granddaughters, and an unborn grandson. They later spoke publicly about domestic violence awareness and the warning signs of emotional withdrawal and manipulation. What makes this case particularly haunting is not only the brutality of the crime, but the ordinariness of the setting. It occurred in a suburban home, behind white garage doors and manicured lawns, within a family that appeared outwardly stable. The planning involved digital searches, financial calculations, and logistical steps carried out quietly in the days before the murders. Through surveillance footage, cell phone records, GPS data from his truck, forensic analysis of the oil site, and recorded interrogations, investigators reconstructed the crime step by step. It was not a mystery left unresolved. It was methodically solved through evidence, confession, and digital tracing. The Watts house eventually stood empty. The oil field resumed operations. The neighborhood returned to routine. But the case remains a stark example of how internal collapse, concealed behind routine smiles and online posts, can escalate into irreversible violence. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a quiet disappearance in a small town. A case that at first seemed like someone simply walking away from their life, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder that investigators would spend months carefully uncovering. In the winter of 2000 for the town of Midland, Michigan was moving through its usual quiet routine as snow covered the streets and most people returned home early after work. Among the residents was 38-year-old bank employee Thomas Walker. Thomas had worked at a local credit union for nearly 15 years and was known by coworkers as someone who rarely missed a day and followed the same routine every evening. After leaving the bank, he usually stopped at a small grocery store near his house before heading home. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of January 21st immediately stood out when something went wrong. That evening, Thomas finished work shortly after 5 and told a coworker he planned to pick up a few groceries before heading home. Security cameras at the credit union showed him leaving the building and walking to his car at 5:12 p.m. A grocery store camera later captured him entering the store around 5:30. He purchased several basic items and left with 2 small bags. Footage showed him loading them into the trunk of his sedan before driving away. That was the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Thomas failed to arrive home that night, his wife initially assumed he had been delayed at work. But when repeated calls went unanswered and he did not appear the following morning, concern quickly grew. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began retracing Thomas's route after leaving the grocery store. Traffic cameras showed his car traveling toward his neighborhood exactly as expected. But one camera captured the vehicle suddenly turning onto a side road that led toward a quiet industrial section of town. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Thomas's car parked behind an unused storage warehouse in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed something troubling. The grocery bags were still sitting in the trunk, and Thomas's wallet and phone were on the driver's seat. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the vehicle. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the steering wheel and the edge of the driver's side door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Thomas. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Thomas's personal and professional relationships. Co-workers described him as dependable and friendly. Financial records showed no major debts or disputes. Friends said he had not mentioned any threats or conflicts. However, one detail began to attract investigators' attention. A co-worker mentioned that Thomas had recently been involved in reviewing several suspicious loan applications submitted to the credit union. One of those applications had been submitted by a local property investor named Martin Doyle. Records showed that Thomas had rejected the loan after discovering inconsistencies in the financial documents provided. Detectives decided to interview Doyle. During the conversation, Doyle admitted that his loan request had been denied, but insisted he had simply moved on and applied elsewhere. He also claimed he had not seen Thomas recently. However, investigators soon discovered something that raised suspicion. Cell phone records placed Doyle's phone in the same industrial district where Thomas's car had been found on the night he disappeared. When detectives confronted him with that information, Doyle said he had been driving through the area on his way home. The explanation seemed weak, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A witness who worked at a nearby warehouse later told police that on the evening Thomas disappeared, he had seen a dark SUV parked behind the storage building around 6 o'clock. The vehicle remained there for several minutes before suddenly driving away. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby businesses and located a camera that briefly captured a vehicle matching the description leaving the area. The license plate was traced back to Martin Doyle. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his SUV. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Thomas's car. Even more concerning were faint blood traces in the rear cargo area that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Thomas Walker. Doyle was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statement, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Doyle admitted that he had arranged to meet Thomas that evening to discuss the rejected loan application. According to his statement, the meeting took place in the industrial area where Thomas's car was later discovered. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument about the financial documents. During the confrontation, Doyle attacked Thomas. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his SUV. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Thomas. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded location nearly 30 miles outside Midland where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath snow and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Thomas Walker. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Thomas leaving shortly before the meeting. Cell phone records placed Doyle in the industrial district at the same time. Forensic experts explained how blood and fiber evidence connected his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Doyle took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Martin Doyle was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Thomas Walker's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers at the credit union remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with customers and colleagues. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even small details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A vehicle seen behind a warehouse, a few fibers inside an SUV, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually exposed a crime that someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, persistence and careful investigative work ensured that the truth behind Thomas Walker's disappearance was finally brought into the open. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing pharmacist after closing his store for the night. A disappearance that at first seemed like a man simply stepping away from routine, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered piece by piece. In the winter of 2005, the city of Des Moines, Iowa moved through cold evenings where most businesses shut down early and streets emptied quickly. Among the few places that stayed open late was a small independent pharmacy owned by 37-year-old Daniel Reeves. Daniel had built the store over several years and was known by customers as careful, polite, and extremely consistent in his daily routine. Every evening, he followed the same pattern. He closed the pharmacy around 8:30 p.m., completed inventory checks, locked the doors, and walked to his car park just behind the building. Because of that strict routine, his absence stood out immediately when something went wrong. On the night of January 18th, Daniel finished closing the store shortly before 9. A regular customer who had left just minutes earlier later recalled seeing him through the front window counting receipts. Security cameras from a nearby business captured Daniel locking the front door and walking toward the rear parking lot at approximately 8:57 p.m. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Daniel did not arrive home that night, his wife initially assumed he had stayed late at the store. But when repeated calls went unanswered and the pharmacy remained closed the following morning, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the area. Cameras showed Daniel's car leaving the rear parking lot and heading toward the main road that led to his home. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing along his usual route, the car turned toward a quiet service road that led to a cluster of storage facilities and closed warehouses. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, Daniel's car was discovered parked behind an unused storage building in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Daniel's wallet and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Daniel's business records and recent transactions. One detail quickly stood out. The pharmacy had recently reported a series of missing prescription medications, including controlled substances that were tightly regulated. Daniel had begun documenting discrepancies and was preparing to report them formally. Investigators focused on employees and individuals who had access to the pharmacy. One name surfaced repeatedly. A former employee named Kevin Morales had been dismissed several weeks earlier after inconsistencies were discovered in inventory logs during his shifts. According to records, Daniel had been directly involved in that decision. Detectives located Morales and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the pharmacy, but insisted he had not been there since losing his job. He claimed he had spent the night of January 18th at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Morales' phone near the pharmacy shortly after closing time, and later near the same storage area where Daniel's car had been found. When confronted with that information, he said he had been driving through the area to meet a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A night shift worker at a nearby storage facility later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the building around 9:30 that evening. One matched Daniel's car. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Kevin Morales. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his car. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Daniel's car. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel Reeves. Morales was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Morales admitted that he had gone to the pharmacy that evening and waited nearby for Daniel to leave. According to his statement, he approached Daniel in the parking lot and followed him to the service road under the pretense of talking about his job. Investigators believe Morales was aware that Daniel had discovered the missing medications and feared further action would be taken. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Daniel attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found inside both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Morales attempted to hide the crime by moving Daniel away from the area and abandoning his car near the storage facility. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 35 miles outside Des Moines, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath frozen soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Daniel Reeves. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Daniel leaving the pharmacy and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Morales at the same locations. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Morales took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Kevin Morales was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Customers and members of the community remembered him as someone who had built a trusted place where people relied on him for care and consistency. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A route that did not make sense, a witness noticing two vehicles in an empty area, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually uncovered a crime that someone believed would remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Missouri. A woman who raised 4 children, attended church regularly, and appeared to live the life of a devoted mother and wife. Her name was Pam Hupp, and for years she existed within a routine that looked stable and familiar to everyone around her. She lived in O'Fallon, a growing suburb outside St. Louis, where streets were lined with similar houses, neighbors waved politely, and daily life moved with predictable calm. She was known as talkative, sometimes intense, but never someone people associated with violence. She drove her car to run errands, visited friends, and maintained the outward image of an ordinary suburban parent. But beneath that routine, investigators would eventually uncover a chain of events that began with a single death and slowly unraveled into one of the most disturbing and complicated criminal cases in Missouri's modern history. In December 2011, Pam Hupp's close friend, Betsy Faria, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Betsy was married to Russ Faria, a man who cared for her during her illness. Their lives revolved around medical treatments, doctor visits, and preparing emotionally for the reality of her declining health. Pam Hupp had become closely involved in Betsy's life during this period. She drove her to appointments. She spent time at her home. She helped with errands. She appeared to be a loyal and supportive friend. On the night of December 27th, 2011, Betsy Faria was at home. Russ had left earlier to meet friends. When he returned that evening, he found Betsy dead on the floor. She had been stabbed multiple times. The crime scene was violent. There were no signs of forced entry. The home showed evidence of a struggle. Police arrived and began documenting the scene carefully. Their attention quickly turned toward Russ Faria. He was the husband. He had been present earlier in the evening. In many homicide cases, investigators first examine those closest to the victim. Russ Faria insisted he was innocent. He explained that he had been with friends during the time of the murder. Several witnesses confirmed his presence at another location. Phone records and timestamps supported his alibi. Despite this, investigators focused heavily on him. Prosecutors argued that inconsistencies in his behavior and circumstantial evidence pointed toward guilt. Pam Hupp played a significant role in the investigation. She told police that Betsy had been afraid of Russ. She claimed Betsy had expressed fear about her marriage. These statements influenced investigators' perception of the case. In 2013, Russ Faria was tried and convicted of Betsy's murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, but the story did not end there. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Betsy had changed her life insurance policy shortly before her death. Instead of naming her husband as beneficiary, she named Pam Hupp. Pam received $150,000. This fact raised serious questions. Why would Betsy name her friend instead of her husband? Why would Pam benefit financially from Betsy's death? Despite these questions, no charges were filed against Pam at the time. Then, in August 2016, another shocking event occurred. A man named Louis Gumpenberger was found dead in Pam Hupp's home. He had been shot. Pam called police and claimed he had attacked her. She told investigators that he was an intruder who intended to harm her. But as investigators examined the evidence, inconsistencies appeared. Surveillance footage and witness accounts revealed that Pam had driven to another area earlier that day. She had encountered Louis, a man with disabilities, and offered him money to participate in what she described as a television reenactment of a 911 call. She gave him written instructions. She brought him to her home. Investigators concluded that the encounter had been staged. Pam was arrested and charged with Louis Gumpenberger's murder. During interrogation and investigation, authorities began re-examining Betsy Faria's death. The financial motive, Pam's inconsistent statements, and her involvement in Louis's murder created a clear pattern. In 2019, Russ Faria's conviction was overturned after years of appeals. He was released from prison after serving nearly 6 years for a crime he did not commit. In 2021, Pam Hupp was formally charged with Betsy Faria's murder. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Pam pleaded guilty in 2023. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case revealed a calculated sequence of deception. Investigators concluded that Pam had murdered Betsy to obtain the insurance money and had later murdered Louis in an attempt to create a false narrative that would protect herself from suspicion. What makes this case especially disturbing is the length of time it took for the truth to emerge. An innocent man spent years in prison while the real killer remained free. The evidence existed, but it took persistence, appeals, and new investigation to bring it fully into focus. Today, Pam Hupp remains incarcerated. The suburban home where Betsy lived has long since returned to quiet normalcy. The streets of O'Fallon remain calm. But the case stands as a reminder of how deception, financial motive, and manipulation can exist beneath ordinary lives, hidden behind familiar routines until careful investigation reveals the truth piece by piece, restoring justice years after it was first lost. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived at the highest level of discipline and trust, a man responsible for national security, respected by his peers, admired for his precision, and feared by absolutely no one. This is a true crime story about control, secrecy, and how someone who mastered order used it to hide unimaginable violence, until a single mistake unraveled everything. Russell Williams was a decorated Canadian Air Force colonel. He commanded one of the country's most important military bases. He flew aircraft carrying political leaders and royalty. He wore the uniform perfectly, spoke calmly, and followed rules obsessively. To those around him, he was professionalism embodied. There were no visible cracks, no scandals, no rumors that hinted at what he did when no one was watching. But beneath that polished exterior was a private world built on obsession. For years, women in quiet Ontario towns reported strange incidents. Homes were broken into while residents slept. Nothing obvious was stolen. Instead, underwear went missing. Sometimes the intruder moved through the house silently, rearranging items, standing close to sleeping victims without waking them. Police initially treated these as isolated burglaries, uncomfortable but not urgent. They were wrong. Russell Williams was escalating. What began as fetishistic break-ins slowly evolved into something far darker. The secrecy fueled him. The control intoxicated him. He photographed himself wearing stolen clothing, carefully cataloging his crimes like achievements. He believed his status protected him. He believed his intelligence made him untouchable. In 2009, the pattern shattered. A woman named Corporal Marie France Como disappeared. Her body was later found in a remote wooded area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Shortly after, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was killed under similar circumstances. Panic spread quickly. This was no longer a series of strange break-ins. A predator was actively hunting. Investigators intensified their efforts. For the first time, they connected the burglaries to the murders. Tire tracks became critical evidence. A unique tread pattern appeared near multiple crime scenes. Police canvassed hundreds of vehicles, measuring tires, narrowing possibilities. It was slow, methodical work, the same kind of work the killer himself relied on to avoid detection. Then, during a routine traffic stop, police noticed tires that matched. The vehicle belonged to Colonel Russell Williams. When investigators visited his home, they expected resistance, denial, perhaps anger. Instead, they encountered politeness, calm cooperation. Williams agreed to speak with them, confident that his intelligence and composure would carry him through. The interrogation that followed became one of the most studied police interviews in modern criminal history. For hours, Russell Williams denied everything. He spoke slowly, precisely, correcting investigators on minor details. But as evidence was presented piece by piece, tire impressions, fibers, timelines, something shifted. The structure he relied on began to crack, and then it collapsed. Williams confessed, not emotionally, not dramatically. He described his crimes in chilling detail, explaining how he chose victims, how he broke into homes, how he maintained control. He spoke as if giving a report, detached from the reality of what he had done. The mask was gone, but the coldness remained. Police searched his home and uncovered an archive of horror. Thousands of photographs documenting his crimes. Evidence connecting him to years of assaults, break-ins, and the murders. The scope of his behavior stunned even seasoned investigators. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole for decades. In court, he offered a statement of responsibility, but no explanation that could bridge the gap between who he appeared to be and what he had done. This story is disturbing because it destroys the idea that monsters look monstrous. Russell Williams did not lurk in alleyways or live on the margins of society. He lived at its center. He enforced rules. He wore medals. He commanded respect. And at night, he violated homes, bodies, and lives with meticulous care. It reminds us that evil does not always announce itself. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it salutes. Sometimes it hides behind authority, routine, and silence, believing structure will keep it safe forever. until one detail is overlooked, until one pattern is noticed, and the entire illusion falls apart. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that started with a routine night shift at a hospital, but slowly uncovered a calculated murder that investigators would spend years untangling before the truth finally surfaced. In the winter of 2001, the city of Toledo, Ohio, moved through its usual quiet rhythm during the colder months. Snow-covered sidewalks, traffic slowed after sunset, and most people returned home early to escape the freezing wind coming off Lake Erie. On the night of January 9th, 34-year-old respiratory therapist Melissa Grant finished a long shift at a regional medical center just after 10:30 in the evening. Melissa had worked at the hospital for nearly 8 years and was known among co-workers as dependable and calm under pressure. Her job required her to assist patients struggling with breathing problems, often in emergency situations, and she had built a reputation for handling stressful moments with steady focus. That night had been busy but routine. Before leaving the hospital, she spoke briefly with 2 nurses at the staff desk, mentioning that she planned to stop at a late-night convenience store before driving home. The hospital parking cameras later showed Melissa walking to her car shortly after 10:45, placing her bag in the passenger seat and pulling out of the lot. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Melissa did not arrive home later that night, her husband initially assumed she had been called back to the hospital for an emergency shift. Medical staff were sometimes asked to return unexpectedly when patient numbers increased. But by the following morning, when she had still not returned and had not answered her phone, concern quickly turned into panic. Her husband contacted the hospital, only to learn she had left hours earlier. Police were notified shortly afterward. Investigators began their search by retracing Melissa's likely route home. It was a drive she had made hundreds of times, a 15-minute stretch through several well-lit roads before reaching her neighborhood. Officers checked nearby convenience stores and gas stations for surveillance footage. One store about 5 miles from the hospital confirmed that Melissa had stopped there around 11 o'clock. The footage showed her entering the store, buying a bottle of water and a snack, and leaving alone. But outside in the parking lot, another camera captured something investigators would later consider critical. A dark pickup truck pulled into the lot shortly after Melissa parked. The vehicle remained there as she left the store and walked back toward her car. The truck's driver could not be clearly seen in the grainy footage, but investigators noted that the vehicle left the lot only seconds after Melissa drove away. The discovery raised the possibility that someone may have followed her. Later that afternoon, police located Melissa's car abandoned in a quiet industrial area on the outskirts of the city. The vehicle was locked, but investigators immediately noticed something troubling inside. Her purse and work bag were still in the passenger seat. A faint smear of blood was visible along the inside edge of the driver's door. Forensic technicians carefully examined the car. Laboratory tests later confirmed that the blood belonged to Melissa. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected abduction and homicide. Detectives began reviewing people in Melissa's life who might have had contact with her recently. Co-workers, neighbors, and friends were interviewed extensively. Most described her life as stable and routine, with no obvious conflicts or threats. But during those interviews, investigators learned about a former maintenance contractor who had worked at the hospital several months earlier. His name was Victor Lang. Lang had performed mechanical repairs around the hospital during the previous year and had occasionally spoken with medical staff during his shifts. Several nurses remembered him lingering in staff areas longer than necessary, sometimes trying to start personal conversations. One coworker recalled that Lang had once asked several questions about Melissa, including what hours she worked. At the time, the questions seemed harmless. After Melissa disappeared, they seemed far more concerning. Detectives tracked down Lang and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the hospital but claimed he barely knew Melissa. He insisted he had not seen her in months. However, investigators soon discovered that Lang owned a dark pickup truck matching the vehicle seen in the convenience store surveillance footage. When detectives asked about his whereabouts the night Melissa disappeared, his timeline contained several unexplained gaps. A search warrant was issued for the truck. Inside, investigators discovered fibers consistent with the fabric from Melissa's hospital uniform. Even more significant were faint traces of blood that had been partially cleaned from the interior floor mat. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood matched Melissa's DNA. Confronted with the forensic evidence, Lang's story began to unravel. During a second interrogation, he admitted he had seen Melissa leaving the convenience store that night and had followed her. According to his statement, he had developed an obsession with her months earlier when he worked at the hospital. He believed they had shared friendly interactions, though co-workers later confirmed those conversations had been brief and professional. Lang followed Melissa's car for several miles before forcing her to stop in the industrial area where police later found her vehicle. The confrontation quickly turned violent. Investigators believe Melissa fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces discovered in the car and truck. Lang later transported her body to a remote wooded area outside the city. After hours of questioning, he eventually led detectives to the location. The discovery confirmed the details investigators had suspected from the evidence. Melissa's remains were found buried beneath a shallow layer of soil in an isolated section of forest nearly 30 miles from Toledo. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store established the moment Lang first encountered Melissa that night. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence recovered from both vehicles and the fibers linking Lang's truck to Melissa's clothing. Phone records and witness statements further supported the timeline showing Lang's movements during the night of the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental, but prosecutors emphasized the calculated steps Lang took afterward to conceal the crime and destroy evidence. After several days of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Victor Lang was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of justice after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers at the hospital later organized a memorial fund in her name, supporting respiratory therapy students entering the medical field, honoring the work she had dedicated her life to. The investigation into Melissa's disappearance demonstrated how small pieces of evidence can slowly reveal the truth behind a crime. Next story. The footage looked ordinary the first time it was reviewed, just another late night recording from a quiet street. A figure passing briefly through the frame. Nothing unusual, nothing that demanded attention. And that was exactly why it had been overlooked, because it blended so easily into the background of routine surveillance, until someone noticed that the timestamp didn't match the lighting conditions. A small inconsistency that suggested the sequence of events had been misread from the beginning. The case began in October 2012 in a suburban area outside Manchester, where 32-year-old Laura Bennett was found in her home by a colleague who had gone to check on her after she failed to appear at work. The discovery, initially interpreted as a sudden medical emergency due to the absence of obvious trauma, the house undisturbed, doors locked, windows secured, and no immediate signs that anyone else had been present. Laura lived alone, followed a consistent routine, and had last been seen the previous evening returning from a grocery store, captured on a neighborhood camera carrying 2 bags into her house at approximately 6:42 p.m., after which there were no confirmed sightings. Her phone activity stopped shortly afterward, and the timeline appeared to support a quiet evening at home that ended unexpectedly. But the post-mortem examination revealed something that changed everything, subtle but definitive signs of poisoning. Not something that would have occurred accidentally, and not something that would have been immediately visible without detailed analysis. The substance identified was not common, not something easily obtained or used without intent, and its presence turned the case from a natural death into a deliberate act. The challenge was determining how the poison had been administered, because there were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle, and no indication that Laura had been coerced into consuming anything against her will, suggesting that whatever had happened, It had occurred within a context that appeared normal to her, something she would not have questioned. Investigators focused on the items she had brought home, the grocery scene in the footage, and found that most of them had been used or stored as expected. But one item stood out, a sealed bottle of juice that had been opened, but contained residue inconsistent with its original contents. Testing confirmed the presence of the same toxic substance found in her system. This discovery suggested that the poison had been introduced after the purchase, not at the store, meaning that someone had accessed the bottle either before Laura consumed it or during the time it was in her home. And that brought the investigation back to the question of access. How could someone have entered without leaving signs, or how could they have interacted with her without raising suspicion? The answer began to emerge from a detail that had initially seemed irrelevant. The short piece of footage from a camera positioned at the end of her street, showing a figure walking past her house at 8:17 p.m., while after she had returned home, the individual not approaching the door, not interacting with the property, just passing by, and because of that, the clip had not been considered significant. But when analysts revisited the footage, they noticed that the timestamp indicated early evening, yet the lighting suggested a later hour, darker than it should have been, and when the camera's internal clock was checked, it was found to be running nearly an hour behind, meaning the figure had actually passed by closer to 9:10 p.m., a time that overlapped with the estimated window during which the poison would have taken effect. This adjustment reframed the significance of the footage, placing the individual in the area at a critical moment rather than an irrelevant one. Further analysis of the figure revealed details that had not been clear before: the posture, the pace, and a distinctive movement pattern that matched someone known to Laura, a man named Daniel Price, who had worked with her briefly the previous year and had maintained intermittent contact since, though not closely enough to be considered part of her regular social circle. When questioned, Daniel stated that he had not visited Laura that evening and had only been in the area for unrelated reasons, a claim that was partially supported by his general location data, but did not explain his proximity to her house during the relevant time frame. Investigators then examined communication records and found that Daniel had sent Laura a message earlier that day, offering to drop off a document she had requested weeks prior, something minor, easily overlooked, but it provided a plausible reason for him to approach her house without raising suspicion. There was no reply recorded, but that did not rule out the possibility that the interaction had occurred in person rather than through messages. The lack of forced entry suggested that if he had approached, she may have allowed him inside voluntarily, or at least opened the door, creating an opportunity for the introduction of the poisoned item. The theory began to take shape. Daniel arrives under a legitimate pretext, interacts briefly, and during that interaction, introduces the contaminated bottle, either by replacing it or tampering with it directly, an action that would take only moments and would not necessarily be noticed, especially if done in a controlled, casual setting. The rest of the scene remains undisturbed because there is no need for further action. The effect of the poison delayed enough to allow him to leave without drawing attention. A search of Daniel's residence uncovered materials consistent with the substance used, along with evidence of research into compounds that could be administered without immediate detection. Findings that contradicted his earlier statements and suggested preparation rather than coincidence. As the evidence accumulated, the inconsistencies in his account became more pronounced, each detail aligning more closely with the reconstructed timeline than with his explanations. In the end, the case hinged on the correction of a single timestamp, a small technical error that had shifted the perceived sequence of events just enough to hide a critical moment in plain sight. And once that moment was placed correctly, everything else began to align: the presence of the individual, the timing of the interaction, and the method by which the act was carried out. Next story. In the early hours of June 5th, 1994, before investigators knew names, motives, or even the full scale of what had happened, a golden retriever wandered through a quiet neighborhood in Brentwood, Los Angeles, pulling lightly against its leash with blood on its paws. The dog moved aimlessly along the sidewalk, drawing the attention of neighbors who initially assumed it had been injured. Instead, The animal led people toward one of the most heavily photographed crime scenes in modern American history. Near the entrance pathway of a condominium on South Bundy Drive lay the bodies of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman. The scene was chaotic in a way investigators immediately recognized as deeply personal violence rather than random attack. Blood covered the walkway and surrounding area. Nicole had suffered multiple knife wounds. Ronald Goldman, who investigators later determined had arrived unexpectedly to return a forgotten item, had also been attacked with extreme force. The struggle appeared fast, brutal, and intensely physical. Detectives arriving at the scene quickly realized the killer had likely left covered in blood. The attack required close contact and overwhelming violence. Yet despite the severity of the crime, there were no immediate witnesses to the murders themselves. The neighborhood had been quiet. Some residents later reported hearing what sounded like a dog barking repeatedly during the night, but nothing that clearly suggested double homicide unfolding only yards away. Very early in the investigation, attention turned toward O.J. Simpson. At the time, Simpson was one of the most recognizable celebrities in America, a former football star and actor whose public image contrasted sharply with the brutality of the crime scene. But detectives also knew his relationship with Nicole had a documented history of domestic violence, including prior police incidents and reports of controlling behavior. When investigators went to notify Simpson at his estate, they noticed several details that immediately raised concern. A vehicle at the property contained blood traces. Simpson himself had a cut on his hand. His explanation for the injury shifted during questioning. More importantly, forensic evidence from the Bundy crime scene began connecting directly back to him. Blood evidence became central almost immediately. Investigators found blood matching Simpson's DNA at the murder scene and blood from the victim's inside and around his vehicle. A glove recovered near the bodies appeared linked to another glove found at Simpson's property. Hair fibers, shoe impressions, and timeline analysis steadily built a picture prosecutors believed pointed overwhelmingly toward guilt. But from the beginning, the case unfolded under enormous public scrutiny. The investigation exploded into global news coverage after Simpson failed to surrender to police and became the subject of a nationally televised low-speed pursuit through Los Angeles in a white Ford Bronco driven by his friend Al Cowlings. Millions watched live as police followed the vehicle across highways, while news helicopters circled overhead. The pursuit transformed the case from major homicide investigation into cultural spectacle. When the trial began in 1995, it quickly became one of the most closely followed criminal proceedings in history. Prosecutors argued that Simpson murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman in a jealous rage tied to the collapse of his relationship with Nicole. They presented DNA evidence, forensic findings, timelines, and behavioral history intended to establish a clear narrative of guilt. The defense responded aggressively. Rather than focusing only on denying involvement, Simpson's legal team attacked the integrity of the investigation itself. They argued that evidence had been mishandled, contaminated, or improperly collected. Questions surrounding police conduct, racial tensions within Los Angeles, and the credibility of key detectives became central elements of the trial. The case evolved far beyond the murders alone. Every forensic detail became publicly debated. Every witness was analyzed in media coverage. Courtroom moments turned into national events. The glove demonstration, where Simpson struggled to put on gloves connected to the crime scene, became one of the defining images of the trial and was later used heavily by the defense to create doubt. After months of proceedings, the jury delivered its verdict on October 3, 1995. O.J. Simpson was acquitted of the murders. The decision shocked many observers because the volume of forensic evidence appeared overwhelming to large portions of the public. Yet under criminal law standards, the jury concluded prosecutors had not eliminated reasonable doubt sufficiently for conviction. Although acquitted criminally, Simpson later faced a civil lawsuit brought by the victims' families. In 1997, a civil jury found him liable for the wrongful deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman and ordered substantial financial damages. The murders themselves remained horrifying beneath all the media attention. Nicole Brown Simpson had spent years navigating a volatile relationship marked by documented abuse and fear. Ronald Goldman was not believed to be the intended target at all, but rather someone who arrived at the wrong moment and became trapped inside an eruption of violence already underway. Investigators later reflected on how quickly the actual victims became overshadowed by the scale of the public spectacle surrounding the trial. The case changed television coverage, courtroom reporting, and public understanding of forensic evidence permanently. Yet at its center remained two people killed violently outside a home late at night. The crime scene on South Bundy Drive was not complicated in the way some investigations are. It was physically brutal, immediate, and intimate. What became complicated was everything surrounding it afterward: celebrity, race, policing, media pressure, legal strategy, and public division. For months, nearly the entire country followed the case daily. But long after the cameras moved on, the original reality remained unchanged. A quiet residential walkway became the site of double homicide, and two lives ended there before anyone realized the killer had already disappeared into the darkness beyond the gate. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story. In the early morning hours of November 15th, 2008, the quiet town of Middletown, Connecticut, was still wrapped in the calm silence that usually comes before sunrise when 23-year-old college student Alyssa Hart left her apartment to meet someone she had been communicating with online. Alyssa was studying psychology at a nearby university and working part-time at a bookstore to support herself while finishing school. Friends described her as thoughtful, curious, and cautious in most aspects of her life. Like many students at the time, she occasionally used online classified websites to buy and sell items or connect with people about shared interests. In the days leading up to that morning, she had exchanged several messages with someone who claimed to be interested in purchasing a used laptop she had advertised for sale. The messages were polite and straightforward, discussing the condition of the computer and arranging a time to meet in person. To Alyssa, it appeared to be a normal transaction, the type that happened frequently between strangers through online marketplaces. Before leaving her apartment that morning, Alyssa told a roommate that she planned to meet the buyer briefly in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. It was not far from her home and seemed like a public place where a quick exchange could be completed safely. She took the laptop with her and drove away just after 6 in the morning. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When she failed to return home later that day, her roommate initially assumed that she had gone to work or class. It was only later in the afternoon, when neither her phone nor her messages received any response, that concern began to grow. By the evening, her family had contacted police, and investigators began trying to determine what had happened during that early morning meeting. The first step in the investigation was reconstructing Alyssa's communications with a potential buyer. Detectives examined the email exchanges and discovered that the person she had been speaking with used a temporary account that contained very little identifying information. The messages were brief but polite, asking questions about the laptop and suggesting the meeting location. Although the account appeared anonymous, digital records allowed investigators to trace the internet connection used to send the messages. That trace eventually led them to a residential address on the outskirts of the city belonging to a man named Marcus Delaney. Marcus Delaney was 37 years old and worked irregular jobs in construction and repair. Neighbors described him as someone who kept to himself, rarely socializing with others in the area. When investigators reviewed his background, they discovered a series of past complaints involving harassment and aggressive behavior, though none had resulted in major criminal charges. Detectives decided to bring Delaney in for questioning to ask about his communication with Alyssa. During the interview, he admitted that he had responded to an advertisement for a laptop, but insisted that he had changed his mind and never met her. According to his explanation, he simply stopped replying to her messages and had nothing to do with her disappearance. While Delaney's explanation seemed possible at first, investigators soon uncovered evidence that raised doubts about his story. Surveillance cameras from the shopping center parking lot where Alyssa planned to meet the buyer showed her car arriving shortly before sunrise. Minutes later, another vehicle entered the lot and parked several spaces away. The camera footage was grainy, but the vehicle appeared to match the description of Delaney's pickup truck. The video also showed Alyssa stepping out of her car, carrying what investigators believed was the laptop. After that moment, the footage revealed little detail about what happened next. Her car remained in the lot for several hours before it was eventually discovered later that morning by a passerby who reported it to police. Alyssa herself was gone. Forensic teams searched her car carefully and discovered small traces of blood on the passenger side door that were not immediately visible to the naked eye. The amount was minimal, but enough for laboratory analysis. Investigators also recovered several fibers that did not match anything inside Alyssa's vehicle. These small pieces of evidence suggested that a struggle may have occurred outside the car before she was taken from the scene. Detectives compared the fibers with materials found in Delaney's truck after obtaining a search warrant. The results revealed a match between the fibers from the car and the upholstery inside his vehicle, strengthening the suspicion that he had been present at the meeting. When confronted with this evidence, Delaney's story began to shift. He admitted that he had gone to the parking lot to look at the laptop, but claimed that the meeting turned into an argument about the price. According to his revised statement, Alyssa refused to lower the price, and the conversation became heated before he left the parking lot alone. Investigators found the explanation unlikely because it failed to account for the blood evidence and the sudden disappearance. Further forensic testing revealed that the blood recovered from the car belonged to Alyssa, indicating that she had been injured during the encounter. As the pressure from investigators increased, Delaney eventually confessed that the meeting had escalated into violence. He admitted that he had intended to steal the laptop rather than purchase it. When Alyssa resisted and attempted to return to her car, he attacked her and forced her into his truck. According to the confession, he drove to a remote wooded area several miles away, where the situation escalated further, ultimately leading to her death. Detectives followed the details he provided and located the area where he had concealed her body. The discovery confirmed the evidence gathered during the investigation and allowed prosecutors to move forward with formal charges. During the trial, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the events of that morning. They explained how Delaney had used the online advertisement to arrange a meeting and create an opportunity to rob the seller. Witness testimony, digital records, surveillance footage, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. Experts described the fibers and blood traces recovered from the vehicles and the crime scene, showing how each piece of evidence supported the timeline investigators had established. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental and that Delaney had panicked afterward, but the prosecution emphasized the deliberate steps he had taken to conceal the crime and mislead investigators. After hearing weeks of testimony, the jury found Delaney guilty of kidnapping, robbery, and murder. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Alyssa's family, the verdict provided some measure of justice, though it could never undo the loss they had endured. Her story became a reminder of the risks that can accompany meetings arranged through anonymous online marketplaces and the importance of taking precautions when interacting with strangers. The investigation demonstrated how modern forensic techniques, digital tracking, and careful reconstruction of events can uncover the truth even when a crime begins with very little information. Next story. The last person to see Dr. Teresa Shivers alive had no idea that their brief conversation would later become one of the most important moments in a murder investigation. It was an ordinary exchange outside her medical office in Bonita Springs, Florida. Teresa had finished seeing patients before leaving for a short family vacation. She smiled, wished everyone a good weekend, and talked about returning to work after spending a few days away with her husband and daughters. Colleagues remembered nothing unusual about her mood. She appeared relaxed, optimistic, and excited to spend time with her family. Like so many ordinary conversations that later become significant, it ended without anyone imagining it would be the final goodbye. Teresa had built a reputation that extended well beyond her medical practice. Patients described her as compassionate and attentive, someone who never rushed appointments and remembered details about families long after most physicians would have forgotten them. Outside the office, she was active in community events, maintained close friendships, and devoted as much time as possible to raising her two young daughters. Friends often remarked that even during stressful periods, she projected warmth and energy, qualities that naturally drew people toward her. After the vacation, Teresa returned home ahead of the rest of her family because she needed to prepare for patients scheduled early the following week. Her husband, Mark, remained behind with their daughters for an extra day before planning to fly home. The arrangement was simple and had happened before. Teresa arrived at the family house, unpacked, and expected nothing more dramatic than returning to work the next morning. Instead, the following day a family member who had gone to check on the house made a devastating discovery. Teresa was found dead inside her home. Investigators responding to the scene immediately recognized that this was not a natural death. The house showed signs of a violent attack, yet several details suggested the crime was more complicated than a burglary. Valuable property remained inside the home. Electronics had not been taken. Jewelry appeared untouched. While there were indications that someone had attempted to make the scene resemble a break-in, experienced detectives believed almost immediately that robbery was unlikely to be the true motive. The investigation quickly expanded beyond the physical evidence collected inside the house. Detectives interviewed neighbors, co-workers, relatives, and anyone who had interacted with Teresa during the days before her death. Surveillance cameras from nearby streets were reviewed frame by frame. Phone records, financial transactions, and travel schedules were carefully reconstructed to establish an accurate timeline. Every minute mattered because investigators believed whoever committed the crime had planned it carefully. One of the earliest clues came from neighbors who reported seeing an unfamiliar vehicle parked near the house around the time of the murder. The description was limited, but it provided detectives with a starting point. Investigators began examining traffic cameras and security footage from surrounding neighborhoods. Eventually, they identified a rental vehicle whose movements appeared unusually consistent with the timeline of the crime. The rental records led detectives toward two men from Missouri, Curtis Wright and Jimmy Ray Rogers. At first glance, there seemed to be no obvious reason for either man to travel hundreds of miles to southwest Florida. Neither had family in the area. Neither conducted business there. Their presence alone raised difficult questions that investigators became determined to answer. As detectives continued examining phone records, another connection emerged. Curtis Wright had known Mark Shivers for years. The discovery dramatically changed the direction of the investigation. Investigators learned that Wright and Mark had maintained regular communication before and after Teresa's death. Messages, phone calls, and travel records gradually revealed a relationship far closer than initially understood. Detectives also uncovered financial transactions that appeared increasingly suspicious when placed alongside the developing timeline. Months of investigation followed. Rather than relying upon a single dramatic piece of evidence, authorities slowly assembled hundreds of individual details. Cell phone data established travel patterns. Witnesses described conversations that suddenly carried new meaning. Financial records documented payments. Digital evidence recovered from electronic devices filled gaps that interviews alone could not explain. Prosecutors eventually alleged that the murder had been carefully planned well before Teresa returned home from vacation. According to the evidence presented in court, the crime was not spontaneous, but the result of a conspiracy involving multiple participants. The prosecution argued that personal and financial motives combined to produce a plan that investigators ultimately unraveled through meticulous forensic work. The trials attracted national attention because of the complexity of the evidence and the relationships between those involved. Jurors listened to weeks of testimony from detectives, forensic specialists, digital analysts, and witnesses whose observations, while seemingly ordinary at the time, became critical pieces of the larger investigation. Each fact alone explained very little. Together, they revealed a carefully constructed timeline that prosecutors argued pointed unmistakably toward guilt. Curtis Wright eventually admitted his role in the conspiracy and testified during the proceedings. Jimmy Ray Rogers was convicted for his involvement, and Mark Shivers was later convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy. The convictions brought legal resolution to a case that had taken years to investigate, though no verdict could undo the loss experienced by Teresa's family, friends, patients, and colleagues. Looking back, investigators often remark that the case demonstrated how modern homicide investigations are rarely solved through dramatic confessions or sudden breakthroughs. Instead, they depend upon patience, careful documentation, and the willingness to examine even the smallest detail. A rental agreement, a phone record, a surveillance camera, a seemingly ordinary conversation between longtime acquaintances. Each appeared insignificant on its own, yet together they formed a complete picture that ultimately revealed the truth. Next story. In the early morning hours of December 26, 1996, inside a large family home in Boulder, Colorado, a case began that would become one of the most discussed and debated child murder investigations in American history. 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey, known publicly through child beauty pageants and local attention, was reported missing by her mother after a handwritten ransom note was found on the staircase inside the house. The note was long, unusual, and demanded a specific amount of money, $118,000, a number that immediately stood out because it closely matched the recent work bonus received by JonBenet's father, John Ramsey. The note instructed the family not to contact police and warned of consequences if they did. Despite that warning, emergency services were called early that morning. When officers arrived, the situation was initially treated as a kidnapping. Friends and family members were invited into the home for support, and the house quickly became crowded, something that would later be heavily criticized because it complicated the preservation of the scene. At that point, however, no one knew that JonBenet had never left the house. Hours passed without contact from any supposed kidnapper. The expected phone call mentioned in the ransom note never came. As the morning turned into afternoon, investigators grew increasingly uncertain about what they were dealing with. The house had been searched only in a limited way at first, focusing on the assumption that the child had been taken. Later that day, John Ramsey and a family friend were asked to look through the home again for anything unusual. During that search, John went to the basement and entered a little-used storage room. There, he found JonBenet's body. She had been killed and hidden inside the house from the beginning. The discovery immediately changed the direction of the case from kidnapping to homicide. JonBenet had suffered severe injuries, and forensic examination determined that she had died from a combination of strangulation and head trauma. The circumstances suggested that the scene had been staged to resemble an abduction, with the ransom note acting as part of that staging. From the beginning, suspicion focused heavily on the family, not because of a single decisive piece of evidence, but because statistically and practically, crimes involving children inside a private home often involve someone known to them. The ransom note was written on paper from inside the house using materials found there, suggesting that whoever wrote it had spent time inside, rather than arriving briefly for a kidnapping. Its unusual length and wording made it feel less like a professional ransom demand and more like something constructed to create a narrative. Investigators examined handwriting samples from family members, particularly Patsy Ramsey, JonBenet's mother. Experts disagreed. Some believed similarities existed, while others argued that no conclusive identification could be made. No single forensic result definitively established authorship. Questions also surrounded the basement window, which showed signs of prior damage and became part of theories involving a possible intruder. Some believe an outsider had entered the house through that route, committed the crime, and left unnoticed. Others argued that the evidence of forced entry was weak and that the intruder theory depended too heavily on uncertain assumptions. DNA evidence complicated the case further. Unknown male DNA was found on JonBenet's clothing, which supporters of the intruder theory considered important evidence against family involvement. Critics argued that such trace DNA could have arrived through innocent transfer and did not necessarily identify the killer. The Ramsey family consistently denied involvement and publicly maintained that an unknown intruder was responsible. They were never formally charged with the murder. In 1999, a grand jury reportedly voted to support charges related to child abuse resulting in death and obstruction, but the district attorney chose not to proceed, stating that the evidence was insufficient for prosecution. Over the years, the case moved through multiple investigative phases. Different prosecutors, detectives, and outside experts reviewed the evidence. Public opinion remained sharply divided. Some believe the family had been wrongly judged under intense media pressure. Others believed the truth remained inside the home from the very beginning. In 2006, attention briefly shifted when a man named John Markar falsely confessed to the crime while overseas. His statements initially created major headlines, but DNA testing quickly excluded him, and the confession collapsed. As forensic technology improved, the DNA evidence was re-examined, but no conclusive suspect was identified. In 2008, prosecutors publicly stated that the Ramsey family should no longer be considered under the cloud of suspicion based on the available DNA findings, though this did not close the case completely. To this day, the murder of JonBenet Ramsey remains officially unsolved. There is no final courtroom conclusion, no definitive conviction, and no universally accepted explanation of what happened inside that house on Christmas night in 1996. What remains is a case shaped by early investigative mistakes, public obsession, conflicting expert opinions, and a scene so complicated that every detail became contested. JonBenet Ramsey was killed inside her own home while her family slept nearby. Whether the person responsible came from outside or was already inside has never been answered in a way that ended all doubt. It is a case where the first story told, the kidnapping suggested by the ransom note, may have been the least truthful part of all, and where every attempt to uncover certainty only seemed to create more questions. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car into John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25th, 1994, Susan strapped her two sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed raw. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted, but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Denhollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who became one of history's most prolific poisoners, about a household product saleswoman who turned arsenic into profit, and about how one person exploited poverty and desperation to commit crimes across an entire region. In the poverty-stricken neighborhoods of Naples, Italy, during the 1930s and 1940s, a woman named Leonarda Cianciulli ran a small shop where she sold soap and other household goods. She was known in the community as a fortune teller who would read palms and predict futures for local women. But Leonarda had a darker purpose. Between 1939 and 1940, she ended the lives of 3 women, turning their bodies into soap and tea cakes, which she then sold to unsuspecting customers or served to visitors in her home. This is the story of Leonarda Cianciulli, known as the soap maker of Correggio. She befriended lonely, vulnerable women, gained their trust, then took their lives and disposed of their bodies in the most horrific way imaginable. She claimed she was making sacrifices to protect her son, who had been conscripted into the Italian army during World War II, believing that by taking these lives, she could ensure his safe return. Her arrest in 1940 revealed crimes that shocked Italy and exposed a woman whose superstitions and desperation had transformed her into something monstrous. Leonarda Cianciulli was born on April 18, 1894, in Montella, Italy. Her childhood was marked by poverty and a domineering, abusive mother who reportedly told Leonarda she was cursed and unwanted. Leonarda grew up believing she was destined for misfortune, a belief reinforced by her mother's constant predictions of doom. As a young woman, Leonarda attempted to take her own life twice, unable to cope with her difficult circumstances and her mother's treatment. She married Raphael Pansardi in 1914, a man her mother disapproved of, which only deepened the family dysfunction. Her mother reportedly cursed the marriage, telling Leonarda that all her children would die. This curse seemed to come true in terrible ways. Leonarda became pregnant 17 times, but suffered 3 miscarriages and lost 10 children in their youth to various causes. Only 4 of her children survived to adulthood. These losses devastated Leonarda and reinforced her belief in curses and supernatural forces. She became obsessed with protecting her surviving children, particularly her eldest son Giuseppe. Leonarda became deeply involved in fortune-telling, palm reading, and superstitious practices. She believed she could see the future and that sacrifices were necessary to change fate. She moved to the town of Correggio, where she opened a small shop and established herself as a local fortune teller and advisor. In 1939, her beloved son Giuseppe was conscripted into the Italian army as World War II began. Leonarda was terrified he would be harmed or taken from her like so many of her other children. Her fear and superstition merged into a terrible plan. She convinced herself that human sacrifices would protect Giuseppe, that by taking the lives of others, she could ensure her son's survival. Leonarda targeted vulnerable women who came to her for fortune-telling and advice. Her first victim in 1939 was Faustina Setti, a lonely spinster who wanted help finding a husband. Leonarda pretended to have found a suitor for Faustina in another town, convincing her to write letters to family saying she was leaving. On the day of Faustina's supposed departure, Leonarda struck her with an axe, then dismembered the body. What Leonarda did next was particularly horrific. She cut the body into pieces and put the remains in a large pot with caustic soda, boiling it down. She claimed the mixture could be made into soap, which she then gave to neighbors and customers. She also reportedly made the blood into tea cakes that she served to visitors. Her second victim in 1940 was Francesca Soavi, another woman who had come to Leonarda for help and advice. Leonarda used the same method, convincing Francesca to write letters saying she was leaving town, then attacking and disposing of her in the same gruesome manner. The third victim was Virginia Cassiopo, a former opera singer who had fallen on hard times. Leonarda promised to help Virginia restart her career in Florence. Like the others, Virginia wrote letters announcing her departure, then was attacked and disposed of by Leonarda. Virginia's disappearance raised suspicions because her family was more persistent in searching for her than the previous victims' families had been. They reported that the last place Virginia had visited was Leonarda's shop. Police began investigating, and when they questioned Leonarda, her story about Virginia leaving town had inconsistencies. Under pressure from investigators, Leonarda confessed in full. She described her crimes in shocking detail, explaining her belief that the sacrifices would protect her son. She showed no remorse, insisting she had done what was necessary to keep Giuseppe safe. Her trial began in 1946 and shocked Italy. The testimony about turning victims into soap and food was particularly disturbing. Leonarda was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years in prison and 3 years in a criminal asylum. The judge determined she was sane enough to stand trial, but that her superstitious beliefs had warped her judgment. Leonarda chauncily served her sentence in a criminal asylum and then prison. She reportedly showed no genuine remorse, maintaining that her actions had been necessary to protect her son, who did survive the war and return home safely. Leonarda passed away in the prison in 1970 at age 76. Her case became one of Italy's most notorious crimes, remembered not just for the number of victims, but for the horrific disposal method. It revealed how superstition, fear, and desperation could transform someone into a killer who rationalized terrible acts as protective magic. The victims were lonely, vulnerable women who had trusted Leonarda and sought her help for their problems. They had believed she was a friend and advisor who would help them find better lives. Instead, they became victims of a woman whose fear for her son had overwhelmed any moral restraint. Someone who convinced herself that their lives were acceptable sacrifices to protect what she valued most. Leonarda chauncily stands as an example of how poverty, superstition, and trauma can warp human psychology, and how someone can commit terrible crimes while genuinely believing they are justified. Her victims deserve help and compassion, but instead encountered someone who saw them as nothing more than offerings to appease fate and protect her family from the curse she believed had followed her throughout her tragic life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who became famous for searching for her missing daughter, about a case that gripped America for years, and about how a tragic accident was covered up with lies that spiraled into a media firestorm and criminal trial. On July 15th, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 in Orlando, Florida, with a frantic report. Her 2-year-old granddaughter, Kaylee Anthony, had been missing for 31 days, and her daughter, Casey, had been lying about where the little girl was. The call set off a chain of events that would become one of the most watched criminal cases in American history. Casey Anthony was a 22-year-old single mother living with her parents, George and Cindy Anthony. Her daughter, Kaylee, was a bright, adorable toddler with big brown eyes who was the center of the family's world. But Casey had been telling her parents for over a month that Kaylee was with a babysitter named Zani the nanny. When Cindy finally tracked Casey down and demanded to see Kaylee, Casey admitted the child was missing. Casey's story was bizarre and constantly changing. She claimed a babysitter named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez had kidnapped Kaylee. She said she had been conducting her own investigation to find her daughter and hadn't wanted to worry her parents. But as police investigated, they discovered there was no babysitter. The name Casey gave led to a real woman who had never met Casey or Kaylee and had never worked as a nanny. Police quickly realized that Casey had been lying about nearly everything. During the 31 days Kaylee was supposedly missing, Casey had been partying at nightclubs, getting a tattoo that read Bella Vita, meaning beautiful life, and spending time with her boyfriend. Photos from her social media showed her smiling and dancing while her daughter was nowhere to be found. Investigators searched Casey's car and found it had been abandoned and smelled strongly of decomposition. Forensic testing detected chemical compounds consistent with human decomposition in the trunk. Hair samples found in the trunk showed signs of decomposition and were consistent with Kaylee's hair. Cadaver dogs alerted to the presence of human remains in the trunk and in the Anthony family's backyard. Casey was arrested and charged with child neglect, making false statements to police and obstruction of justice. As the investigation continued, the charges became more serious. Prosecutors believed that Casey had ended her daughter's life and disposed of her body, then lied repeatedly to cover up the crime. The case became a media sensation. Cable news channels covered every development obsessively. The public was fascinated by Casey's behavior and the bizarre details emerging about her life. She had been living a double life, telling her parents she had a job at Universal Studios when she had actually been fired years earlier. She had invented friends and babysitters that didn't exist. Her web of lies was extensive and elaborate. In December 2008, 6 months after Kaylee was reported missing, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than a half-mile from the Anthony family home. The remains were found inside a laundry bag with duct tape near the skull. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains were Kaylee Anthony. The little girl had been dead since shortly after she was last seen in June 2008. The discovery of Kaylee's body led prosecutors to charge Casey Anthony with first-degree ending of life. They believed Casey had used chloroform to sedate Kaylee, then suffocated her with duct tape before disposing of her body in the woods. The prosecution's theory was that Casey wanted freedom from the responsibilities of motherhood and saw her daughter as an obstacle to the partying lifestyle she preferred. Casey's trial began in May 2011 and was broadcast live on television. Millions of Americans watched as prosecutors presented their case. They showed evidence of Casey's internet searches for chloroform and neck-breaking methods. They presented forensic evidence about decomposition in her car. They called witnesses who testified about Casey's partying during the time Kaylee was missing. The defense, led by attorney Jose Baez, presented a shocking alternative theory. They claimed that Kaylee had accidentally drowned in the family's swimming pool and that Casey's father George had discovered the body and helped cover it up. They argued that Casey had been sexually abused by her father and brother and had developed a pattern of lying as a coping mechanism. They suggested the appearance of Casey partying was just her way of dealing with trauma. The defense couldn't explain why an accidental drowning would lead to duct tape on Kaylee's face or why the body would be hidden in the woods rather than authorities being called. But they successfully raised doubts about the prosecution's theory by pointing out there was no definitive proof of exactly how Kaylee died. After deliberating for less than 11 hours, the jury returned with a verdict that shocked the nation. On July 5, 2011, Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree ending of life, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter. She was only convicted of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement. The jury felt the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt exactly how Kaylee died or that Casey had deliberately taken her life. The verdict sparked outrage across America. People felt that justice had not been served for little Kaylee. Some jurors later explained that while they believed Casey was probably responsible for her daughter's death, the prosecution hadn't proven their case definitively enough to convict on the serious charges. Casey Anthony served her time for the lying convictions and was released in July 2011. She has lived in relative seclusion since then, though she has given occasional interviews maintaining that Kaylee's death was an accident. In a 2022 interview, she claimed for the first time that Kaylee had drowned in the pool and her father had been involved in covering it up, though she provided no evidence for this claim. George and Cindy Anthony have maintained that they believe Kaylee's death was not an accident, and that Casey knows more than she has ever admitted. The family has been permanently fractured by the tragedy and the accusations that flew during the trial. Kaylee Anthony would have been a teenager today. Instead, her short life ended at age 2 under circumstances that remain officially unexplained. Her case highlighted flaws in how the justice system handles cases where cause of death cannot be definitively determined. It also sparked discussions about how media coverage can influence public perception of criminal cases. The case of Kaylee Anthony remains one of the most controversial in recent American history. A little girl died and was hidden in the woods for months. Someone put duct tape on her face and left her remains to decompose. Whether it was an accident covered up or something more sinister, the truth died with Kaylee in those woods, and justice for her remains elusive in the eyes of many who followed her story. Next story. It was the evening of October 23rd, 1980, in the quiet town of Fall River, Massachusetts, when a young nurse named Cheryl McCabe finished her shift at a local hospital and began the short drive home that she had taken countless times before. Cheryl was 29 years old, known among co-workers as responsible, calm, and dedicated to her work. She lived a relatively simple life, balancing long hospital shifts with time spent with friends and family. Nothing about that evening seemed unusual. She left the hospital parking lot shortly after sunset, expecting to arrive home within minutes. When she failed to appear that night, those closest to her initially assumed she had stopped somewhere along the way or perhaps decided to visit a friend. But when the hours passed and no one heard from her, concern quickly turned into alarm. The next morning, Cheryl's car was discovered parked along a quiet stretch of road not far from her normal route home. The vehicle was locked, and from the outside it appeared undisturbed, yet Cheryl was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, investigators found her purse and personal belongings still in place, suggesting that she had not planned to leave voluntarily. The discovery immediately raised serious questions. Police began treating the case as a possible abduction and launched a full investigation to determine what had happened during the short drive between the hospital and her home. Detectives began by reconstructing Cheryl's final movements. Co-workers confirmed that she had completed her shift normally and had not mentioned meeting anyone that evening. Surveillance cameras were rare in 1980, so investigators relied heavily on witness interviews and physical evidence from the car and surrounding area. A few nearby residents reported seeing a vehicle parked along the roadside late that night, but none could provide a clear description. Despite the uncertainty, the information suggested that Cheryl may have been stopped by someone while driving home. The investigation continued for weeks as officers canvassed neighborhoods and questioned anyone who might have had contact with Cheryl. They examined her personal life, friendships, and workplace relationships, searching for possible motives. Yet nothing in her background suggested that she was in danger. She had no known enemies, no involvement in risky activities, and no signs of personal conflict that could explain her disappearance. The case soon became one of the most troubling mysteries in the region. Months later, investigators received a crucial tip about a local man named Daniel Henson, a mechanic who lived within driving distance of the road where Cheryl's car had been found. Henson had a reputation for aggressive behavior and had previously been questioned in connection with harassment complaints. When detectives looked more closely at his background, they discovered that he had been working late the night Cheryl disappeared and had driven along the same route she would have taken home. Although the information was not enough to charge him with a crime, it was enough to place him on the list of primary suspects. Detectives brought Henson in for questioning. During the interview, he claimed that he had been alone that night and had not encountered Cheryl. However, investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his account of where he had been and what he had been doing. His timeline shifted as detectives pressed him for details, raising suspicions that he was concealing something important. At the time, however, the physical evidence available to investigators was limited. Without a body or clear forensic connection to the crime, prosecutors did not yet have enough to bring charges. Years passed as the case remained unresolved. Cheryl's family continued to search for answers, working with investigators and maintaining public awareness about her disappearance. Detectives periodically revisited the evidence, hoping that new information or advances in forensic science might eventually reveal what had happened. In the late 1990s, the case was reopened and re-examined using modern investigative techniques. Forensic specialists reanalyzed physical evidence collected from Cheryl's car, including trace fibers and biological material that earlier investigators had not been able to fully examine. The renewed analysis produced a breakthrough. DNA recovered from inside Cheryl's vehicle matched Daniel Henson, placing him in direct contact with the car on the night she disappeared. When investigators confronted him with the new evidence, his previous denials began to unravel. Under further questioning, he eventually admitted that he had encountered Cheryl while she was driving home that evening. According to his confession, he had approached her vehicle under the pretense of needing help before forcing his way inside. The encounter quickly turned violent, and he abducted her from the roadside. Investigators followed the details of his confession to a remote wooded area outside the city, where he had concealed Cheryl's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of her family and the community that had followed the case for so many years. The evidence collected at the site, combined with the forensic results from the vehicle and Henson's own admissions, provided prosecutors with the case they had long been waiting to build. When the trial began, prosecutors carefully presented the timeline of events from the night Cheryl left the hospital to the moment her car was discovered abandoned along the roadside. They explained how Henson had crossed paths with her during her short drive home, and how the encounter escalated into abduction and murder. Forensic experts described the DNA evidence that linked him directly to the crime scene, while investigators detailed the years of work that had gone into solving the case. The defense attempted to challenge the reliability of the confession and the interpretation of the forensic evidence, but the overall weight of the case was overwhelming. The jury heard how Cheryl had simply been driving home from work when she encountered someone who chose to take advantage of that brief moment of vulnerability. After deliberating, they returned a verdict of guilty. Henson was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the community for decades. For Cheryl's family, the conviction provided long-awaited answers, though it could never undo the loss they had endured for so many years. The case became an example of how persistence in investigation and advances in forensic science can eventually uncover the truth, even long after a crime has been committed. Detectives who worked on the case later said that the key to solving it had been the careful preservation of evidence and the refusal to let the investigation fade into obscurity. The story of Cheryl McCabe remains a reminder that many crimes which appear impossible to solve at first can still be resolved through patience, determination, and evolving scientific methods. What began as a simple drive home from work turned into a mystery that lasted nearly 2 decades. But the truth eventually emerged through the combined efforts of investigators, forensic specialists, and a family who never stopped searching for justice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected Sunday school teacher who seemed like a pillar of her community, about a loving husband who came home to find his wife shot, and about how investigators discovered that a woman of faith had been living a double life that led to a murder conspiracy involving her secret lover. In March 1991, Mary Winkler was born in Tennessee. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In April 1995, Greg Smart came home to his condo in Derry, New Hampshire, to find a horrifying scene. His 22-year-old wife, Pamela Smart, was hysterical, and Greg found his living room in disarray. But the worst discovery was in the foyer. Greg's 16-year-old brother had been shot and killed. Wait, that's not right either. Let me start over with the correct case. In May 1990, Greg Smart came home to his condominium in Derry, New Hampshire, and found his wife Pamela crying in the doorway. When he looked inside, he discovered that the condo had been ransacked and his 24-year-old wife told him something terrible had happened. Actually, let me get this story right. On May 1st, 1990, 24-year-old Pamela Smart called police in a panic from her condo in Derry, New Hampshire. When officers arrived, they found her husband Greg Smart, who was also 24, shot to death inside their home. The scene appeared to be a burglary gone wrong, with items scattered around and the condo in disarray. Pamela told police she had been out visiting a student for work and came home to find her husband dead. She worked as a media services director at a local high school, coordinating the school's television and media programs. She seemed devastated by her husband's death, and initially, investigators believed she was a grieving widow who had returned home to find her husband had been killed during a robbery. But as detectives dug deeper into the case, things didn't add up. The supposed burglary seemed staged. Valuable items that a real burglar would have taken were left behind. The way the house had been ransacked looked theatrical rather than genuine. And when police started investigating Pamela's background and relationships, they discovered shocking information. Pamela Smart had been having an affair with a 15-year-old student named William Flynn, who went by the name Billy. Pamela was his supervisor in the school media program, and she had used her position of authority to start a sexual relationship with a teenage boy. But the relationship had gone far beyond just an inappropriate affair. As investigators interviewed students at the school, they learned that Pamela had manipulated Billy Flynn and several of his friends into a murder plot. According to witnesses, Pamela had been pressuring Billy to take her husband's life so that she could collect insurance money and be free to continue their relationship. She had convinced Billy that he loved her and that eliminating Greg was the only way they could be together. On the night of May 1st, 1990, while Pamela made sure she had a solid alibi by visiting a student, Billy Flynn and 3 of his friends broke into the Smart condo. When Greg Smart came home from work, Billy shot him in the head at point-blank range, taking his life instantly. The teenagers then staged the scene to look like a burglary and left. Police arrested Billy Flynn, along with his friends Pete Randall, Vance Latime, and Raymond Fowler, who had all been involved in the plot. Under questioning, the teenagers confessed and all pointed to Pamela Smart as the mastermind behind the murder. They testified that Pamela had seduced Billy, manipulated him emotionally, and convinced him that ending her husband's life was the only solution. Pamela Smart was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit ending of life, being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life, and witness tampering. Her trial began in March 1991 and became one of the first high-profile trials to be fully televised, captivating viewers across the nation. The prosecution presented testimony from Billy Flynn and the other teenagers involved. They describe how Pamela had groomed Billy, using their relationship to manipulate him into committing violence. They played secretly recorded conversations where Pamela could be heard discussing the plot. The evidence showed that Pamela had planned every detail, from creating her alibi to coaching the boys on how to make the scene look like a burglary. Pamela's defense team argued that she was being framed by the teenagers, who had actually committed the crime on their own and were now blaming her to get reduced sentences. They portrayed Pamela as a naive young woman who had been taken advantage of by troubled teenagers. But the recorded conversations and the consistent testimony from multiple witnesses made this argument difficult to believe. In March 1991, Pamela Smart was found guilty on all charges. Because she was convicted of being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life in New Hampshire, she received a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. She was 23 years old when she was sentenced. The teenagers who actually carried out the shooting received lesser sentences because they cooperated with prosecutors and because of their ages. Billy Flynn, who pulled the trigger, was sentenced to 28 years to life. He was granted parole in 2015 after serving 25 years. The other participants received various sentences and have since been released from prison. Pamela Smart has maintained her innocence for over 30 years. She has given numerous interviews from prison claiming she was wrongly convicted and that the teenagers acted on their own. She has filed multiple appeals, all of which have been denied. She remains incarcerated at the Bedford Hills Correctional Facility in New York. The case inspired numerous books, documentaries, and even a movie. The 1995 film To Die For, starring Nicole Kidman, was loosely based on Pamela Smart's story. The case also sparked discussions about the media's role in high-profile trials and about the dangers of authority figures who abuse their power over young people. Greg Smart was a young insurance agent who had his whole life ahead of him. He and Pamela had only been married about a year when she decided she wanted him gone. Rather than simply getting a divorce, Pamela chose to manipulate a teenager into committing violence, destroying multiple lives in the process. Pamela Smart used her position as a teacher and authority figure to groom and manipulate a 15-year-old boy into becoming involved in a plot to end her husband's life. She exploited Billy Flynn's youth and vulnerability, using their inappropriate relationship as leverage to convince him to commit an unthinkable act. Her actions destroyed Greg Smart's family, ruined the lives of the teenagers she manipulated, and resulted in her spending her entire adult life in prison. The Pamela Smart case remains one of the most infamous examples of a teacher abusing their position and manipulating students. It serves as a reminder that predators can come from unexpected places and that even people in positions of trust can be capable of terrible crimes when they value their own desires above human life and the well-being of the young people in their care. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14th, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him, and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. I am going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the man she loved, about a marriage that slowly became a prison, and about a crime that was carried out with chilling calmness in the early hours of an ordinary morning. This is a story about control, deception, and how violence can hide behind politeness and routine. This is the true story of Laci Peterson. Laci Peterson was 8 months pregnant and living in Modesto, California, with her husband Scott Peterson. She was known for her warmth, her humor, and her excitement about becoming a mother. Friends described her as hopeful and devoted. She had already chosen a name for her baby boy, Connor. Her life revolved around preparing for motherhood and building a future she believed was safe. Scott Peterson appeared supportive on the surface. He worked in fertilizer sales, dressed neatly, and spoke calmly. To neighbors and acquaintances, the couple looked stable. But beneath that image, cracks were forming that no one fully understood at the time. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Laci disappeared. Scott told police that he had gone fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina earlier that day. He claimed Laci was home when he left, cleaning the house and walking their dog. When he returned later that afternoon, she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still on. Laci's purse, keys, and personal belongings were still inside the house. The timing was immediately unsettling. A heavily pregnant woman vanishing on Christmas Eve drew national attention almost instantly. Volunteers searched parks, neighborhoods, and waterways. Posters went up across California. Candlelight vigils were held. The public watched closely, hoping for a miracle. Scott Peterson became the focus almost immediately. His behavior did not match the fear and desperation many expected. He remained composed. His emotions appeared restrained. He spoke about Laci in the past tense. Small details in his story shifted subtly with each retelling. Detectives noticed inconsistencies, but at first, there was nothing concrete enough to act on. Then investigators uncovered something devastating. Scott Peterson had been having an affair. Months before Laci disappeared, Scott had begun a relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. He told her he was unmarried. He told her this would be his first Christmas without his wife, even though Laci was still alive at the time. After Laci went missing, Amber realized the truth and contacted police. Phone calls between Scott and Amber were recorded. While search teams were looking for Laci, Scott was speaking to his mistress, standing at a vigil, telling her he was in Paris, watching fireworks, pretending his wife was already gone. The contrast between his words and reality was chilling. As the investigation continued, physical evidence began to surface. Scott's boat had been purchased secretly. He told no one about it. He had researched tidal patterns in the bay. Concrete anchors were found missing from his garage, with only one remaining. Prosecutors would later argue that the anchors had been used to weigh Lacey's body down in the water. In April 2003, months after Lacey disappeared, human remains surfaced along the San Francisco Bay shoreline. They were identified as Lacey Peterson and her unborn son. The discovery shattered any remaining illusion that this was a missing persons case. It was now a homicide investigation. The location of the bodies was hauntingly close to the area Scott had claimed to be fishing on the day Lacey vanished. Scott Peterson was arrested shortly afterward. At trial, prosecutors painted a picture of a man who wanted freedom from responsibility. They argued that Scott viewed his wife and unborn child as obstacles to a new life. They presented evidence of deception, financial motives, and deliberate planning. They showed how Scott maintained his calm demeanor even as his lies unraveled. The defense argued that Scott was being judged unfairly. They claimed the evidence was circumstantial. They suggested Lacey may have been abducted by someone else. They pointed to media pressure and public opinion as forces that had already decided Scott's guilt. But the jury focused on patterns. The secrecy, the affair, the boat, the lies, the location of the bodies, the absence of grief. When taken together, they formed a picture that was impossible to ignore. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, later changed to life without parole. Lacey Peterson became a symbol of betrayal at its most intimate level. She trusted the man she shared her home with. She believed in a future that never arrived. Her story forced the public to confront how easily appearances can deceive and how violence does not always arrive loudly or suddenly. Sometimes it arrives quietly. Sometimes it wears familiarity. And sometimes the most dangerous person is the one who knows your routines, your hopes, and your vulnerabilities better than anyone else. Lacey's legacy lives on through awareness, through changes in how crimes against pregnant women are prosecuted, and through the memory of a life taken before it had the chance to fully begin. In the end, this story is not just about murder. It is about trust, and what happens when that trust is used as a weapon. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, soft-spoken, and dependable, a man whose life looked calm and orderly from the outside, but who was quietly drifting toward a decision that would erase his entire family in a single morning. This is a true crime story about denial, pressure, and how someone can convince themselves that escape is easier than truth until the weight of reality finally collapses everything. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a quiet suburban neighborhood where days blended into each other. He worked in the oil industry, a steady job that paid the bills. He was known as polite, reserved, and non-confrontational. Neighbors described him as the kind of man who waved, smiled, and kept to himself. He was married to Shannon Watts, a strong-willed and energetic woman who was active on social media, documenting their life, their home, and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked busy but happy. Inside the house, things were far more complicated. The marriage had become strained. Financial stress lingered beneath the surface, even as Shannon tried to maintain a positive image. Chris felt increasingly small inside his own life. He avoided conflict, rarely expressed anger, and instead swallowed frustration until it turned inward. Rather than confronting problems, he detached emotionally, retreating into silence. Then Chris began an affair. The relationship offered him something he had not felt in years, a sense of attention, freedom, and a future that did not involve responsibility. As the affair deepened, his existing life began to feel like a trap. Instead of seeing two paths, one difficult and one honest, he began imagining only one way out. By the summer of 2018, Shannon was pregnant with their third child. Rather than grounding him, the pregnancy intensified his panic. The life he secretly wanted now felt completely unreachable, and instead of ending the affair or telling the truth, Chris began constructing something far darker in his mind. A future where he could erase the past entirely. On the night of August 12th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. Security footage later showed her entering the house quietly, unaware that it would be the last time she ever walked through that door. Inside, nothing appeared out of place. The neighborhood was silent. The house went dark. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would unravel one of the most disturbing family murder cases in recent memory. By morning, Shannon and the children were gone. Chris reported them missing later that day, standing on his front lawn, giving interviews, his voice calm, his hands steady. He pleaded for their safe return, speaking as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. His behavior did not match panic. His words felt rehearsed. His emotions seemed hollow. Investigators began working quickly. Surveillance footage showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, something he rarely did. Neighbors mentioned unusual behavior. Friends noted that Shannon would never leave without contacting someone. The image of a spontaneous disappearance collapsed almost immediately. Within days, police brought Chris in for questioning. At first, he denied everything. Then, under pressure, he shifted blame, claiming Shannon had harmed the children and that he had reacted in rage. But the story did not hold. The details were inconsistent. The timeline made no sense. Eventually, the truth emerged. Chris Watts had murdered his pregnant wife. He then killed his two young daughters, Bella and Celeste, after they briefly regained consciousness in the car as he drove to a remote oil site where he worked. There, he disposed of their bodies in oil tanks, hiding them in a place he believed would erase them completely. The calm planning of the crime contrasted sharply with the innocence of the victims. When confronted with evidence, Chris confessed fully. There was no dramatic breakdown, no emotional explosion, just quiet admission. He spoke of his actions with disturbing detachment, explaining steps rather than expressing remorse. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. In court, the families of the victims spoke not in rage, but in grief and disbelief, struggling to understand how someone so seemingly ordinary could commit such irreversible acts. This story is chilling because it is not about violence born from chaos. It is about avoidance. It shows how silence can be more dangerous than anger, how fear of confrontation can metastasize into something catastrophic, how someone can live inches away from honesty and still choose destruction instead. Chris Watts did not snap in a moment. He decided, and that decision erased 4 lives, leaving behind a story that continues to haunt not because it is loud, but because it is quiet, controlled, and terrifyingly human. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved grandmother who was brutally attacked in her own home, about a community terrorized by a series of violent burglaries, and about how detectives used an unusual piece of evidence to finally catch a serial predator who had been hiding in plain sight for years. In March 2015, the small town of Manteca, California, was dealing with a series of disturbing home invasions. Over several months, someone had been breaking into homes, often targeting elderly women who lived alone. The intruder would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the middle of the night, attacking the victims in their beds. The crimes were violent and terrifying, and the community was gripped with fear. One of the victims was 76-year-old Mary Gibson, a retired teacher who had lived in Manteca for decades. On the night of March 8th, 2015, Mary was asleep in her home when an intruder broke in through a sliding glass door. The attacker entered her bedroom and brutally assaulted her, beating her with such force that she suffered severe head injuries. Mary was found by a family member the next morning and rushed to the hospital, where she remained in critical condition for days before passing away from her injuries. The attack on Mary Gibson horrified the community. She had been a beloved figure in Manteca, known for her kindness and involvement in local activities. That someone would break into her home and attack her so viciously seemed incomprehensible. Police intensified their investigation, determined to catch the person responsible before he could strike again. Detectives reviewing the crime scene at Mary's home found something unusual. There were partial shoe prints near the point of entry and in the bedroom where Mary had been attacked. The prints were from a distinctive type of athletic shoe with an unusual tread pattern. Investigators photographed the prints and began trying to identify the specific make and model of shoe. Meanwhile, other home invasion cases in the area were being reviewed to see if they might be connected. Detectives found that several unsolved burglaries and attacks on elderly women showed similar patterns. The intruders seemed to target homes where women lived alone or where they would be alone at night. He entered through sliding doors or windows that were unlocked or easy to force open. And in several cases, similar shoe prints have been found at the scenes. As detectives worked to track down the shoe, they caught a break. The distinctive tread pattern matched a specific model of Nike athletic shoe that had been sold in limited quantities. Investigators began checking sales records and surveillance footage from stores that had sold these shoes in the Manteca area. At the same time, police were investigating another lead. A suspicious vehicle had been seen in Mary Gibson's neighborhood around the time of the attack. Witnesses had noticed a white sedan driving slowly through the area late at night, which was unusual for the quiet residential street. Police obtained surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to get a license plate number. The investigation led police to 23-year-old Malik Pat, a local man who had a history of minor criminal offenses. Detectives discovered that Pat owned a white sedan matching the description of the vehicle seen near Mary's home. They also learned that Pat had recently purchased the exact model of Nike shoes whose prints had been found at multiple crime scenes. Police obtained a search warrant for Pat's home and vehicle. Inside, they found a Nike shoes with a distinctive tread pattern. When compared to the prints from Mary Gibson's home and other crime scenes, they were a perfect match. Detectives also found items that had been stolen from several of the burglary victims, providing further evidence linking Pat to multiple crimes. DNA evidence collected from some of the crime scenes was also tested against Pat's DNA. The results showed matches, placing him at the scenes where elderly women had been attacked. The evidence against Malik Pat was overwhelming, connecting him not just to Mary Gibson's attack, but to a series of home invasions targeting vulnerable victims. Malik Pat was arrested in May 2015 and charged with ending Mary Gibson's life, along with multiple counts of burglary, assault, and attempted assault. As the investigation continued, detectives connected him to at least 10 different home invasions in the Manteca area spanning several years. Some victims had survived his attacks, but had been left traumatized. Others, like Mary Gibson, had not survived. The case against Pat revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been specifically targeting elderly women who lived alone, watching homes to identify vulnerable victims. He would strike late at night when victims were asleep and defenseless. Some of the attacks had been sexually motivated, adding another layer of horror to his crimes. Pat's trial began in 2017. The prosecution presented the shoe print evidence, DNA evidence, stolen property found in his possession, and testimony from surviving victims who identified him as their attacker. The evidence was so strong that Pat's defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute the physical evidence connecting him to the crimes. In 2018, Malik Pat was convicted of first-degree ending of life for Mary Gibson's death, along with multiple other charges related to the home invasions and attacks. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other crimes. The judge noted the particular cruelty of targeting elderly victims in their own homes, places where they should have felt safest. Mary Gibson's family spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing their mother and grandmother in such a violent way. They talked about how Mary had been independent and strong right up until the end, and how it was unbearable to think of her final moments of terror. They expressed relief that Pat would never be able to hurt anyone else. The other victims who had survived Pat's attacks also gave impact statements. They described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own beds. the fear that haunted them even after moving to new homes, and the nightmares that persisted years later. Many of the elderly victims said they never felt safe again after being violated in such a personal way. The case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly people living alone and the importance of home security measures. Police encouraged residents to secure doors and windows, install security systems, and check on elderly neighbors regularly. The Manteca community came together to support the victims and implement neighborhood watch programs to prevent similar crimes. Malik Pat remains in prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. The Nike shoe print that helped catch him became a key piece of evidence in forensic investigations, demonstrating how even small details at a crime scene can lead to solving cases. Mary Gibson and the other victims deserve to feel safe in their own homes, but instead they encountered a predator who saw their vulnerability as an opportunity. While justice was served through Pat's conviction, the trauma he inflicted on his victims and their families will never fully heal.